Okay, I'll remind everybody to turn your cell phones off. Before we begin, I need council approach, and if you would put us on bench one, please.
Yes, sir.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, jury service may be strange to some of you, so I'm going to give you a short explanation before we begin the trial so that you know what will be expected of you. Those who participate in a trial must do so in accordance with established rules. That's true of witnesses, the lawyers, the judge, and jurors. Now, the lawyers will present the evidence according to the rules. The judge enforces those rules and determines what evidence may be admitted. Now, the jury will be the sole judges of the facts, the credibility of the witnesses, and the weight to be given to their testimony. And at the conclusion of the evidence, the court will instruct you on the law regarding that, and you'll apply that law in your deliberations to the facts. Now, ladies and gentlemen, it's your sworn duty as jurors to follow the law as it's given to you by the court. The procedure for the trial is as follows. We will first hear the opening statements of counsel. Opening statements of the attorneys aren't evidence. They're simply a preview, if you will, of the claims of each party designed to help you follow the evidence as it's presented. Once the opening statements are received, then the state will present its case and offer its evidence. At the conclusion of the state's case, the defendant may, but is not required, to offer evidence. Should the defendant present evidence, then at the conclusion of that evidence, the state may, but is not required, to present rebuttal evidence. And then the trial will conclude with the instructions of the law from the court on the charges, closing arguments, and then at the conclusion of that, the instructions on deliberations. And then after that, you will deliberate. Now, the procedure for questioning of witnesses is as follows. The party that calls a witness will ask questions first. That's called the direct examination. After that's concluded, the opposing party may ask questions. That's called cross-examination or cross. Once the cross-examination is complete, the party that called the witness may ask questions only about what was brought up on the cross-examination, and that's called redirect or redirect examination. Jurors are not permitted to ask questions in case that is something that you might think about. I've actually had that happen a couple times where they ask. Now, during the trial, it's likely that attorneys will make objections. An objection is a procedure by which an attorney brings to the court a legal issue. And then at that time, the judge is required to decide whether the legal issue, how it applies. And so it may be that I've determined that the question is not proper, or that the answer or expected answer may not be proper, or both. So if I say that it is, if I say sustained, that means I've determined that under the law, neither the question nor the answer may be given as evidence. If I say overruled, then I've determined that it is proper, both the question and the answer. Now, sometimes, it's natural being humans and we talk over each other. And sometimes when a witness is asking a question and the attorney on the other side objects, the witness may start answering the question before the attorney can get the objection out, or, at the end of the answer is quit. And then if I determine that that was improper and it's sustained, you'll be told at the conclusion of the case to disregard that and not hear it. And sometimes a court will say that answer is stricken or the jury's to disregard. So what that means is this. I know you're humans, not computers. You can't unhear what you heard. What it means, though, is that when you're in the jury room deliberating, you can't use that in your decision. We know you're not going to forget it, but if somebody brings it up, or if you think about it, you can't use it in your deliberations. Now, it's important that you be fair and attentive throughout the trial. However, during that, as I said, during the trial, you're not going to be permitted to discuss the matter with anyone, including among yourselves. And you might say, well, okay, I understand why we can't discuss it with others, like the people who are in the courtroom, the witnesses, spectators, or other individuals on the street that might ask you about the case. That's easy to understand. Why not among ourselves? Well, first of all, it has to be among all 12 jurors at the conclusion of the case, not during the case. And if you were to discuss the matter before you've heard everything, all the evidence and the closing arguments and the instructions of the court, you don't have everything that you're required to have before you can make a decision. So it's improper for you to try to make decisions during the trial. You can't, and again, things ebb and flow in a case. Something will happen and you think, oh, okay, this is over, and then something else happens, oh, no, it isn't. And don't think that way. Just listen to everything, avoid thinking that way until you've had everything, and then you're told to go to the jury room and deliberate. Then at that time, you may discuss it among yourselves. So during the breaks, lunchtime or breaks, again, don't discuss it with anyone, including yourselves. Also, you're not to speak with anyone else that's involved in the case. Even if it's something innocent about the weather. Monday we had a trial, and during lunch break there was a juror and a relative of the defendant out smoking, and they were talking, and I went out and I told them, I said, look, you can't talk. And they said, well, it's just about the weather. I said, I understand, but you can't talk. Because, somebody on the other side, depending upon what the result is, might think that, well, that meant there was something going on. There wasn't, I'm sure there wasn't, but it just is, again, to avoid the appearance that something improper was going on. Also, you'll need to explain this rule to your family and friends. As I said, I expect we'll have an overnight break, and so you're not permitted to discuss it with them, and if anybody asks you, just have to tell them, no, I can't. Now, I've had the experience where people have said, and this wasn't me, but a couple of judges before, the first judge I had, Judge Hoddle, years ago, some of you may remember him, where he actually had a juror call him at home and said, Judge, I need you to tell my wife I can't talk about the case because she says she was on a jury and she was allowed to talk. So the judge said, okay. So he got on the phone and said, ma'am, that was after you were done serving. Once you're done serving and you've reached a verdict, then at that time you can discuss it, but not during the trial. And so if anybody asks you about it, then you need to explain that to them. No one is to talk with you about the case or bring anything up. But we do have occasions sometimes where something happens, like a lot of times at lunch. I had one experience years ago where during lunchtime, somebody was at the old McGee's sitting down, and they were asked what they were doing, and they said they were on a jury trial, and someone said something to them about the case. You have to tell people, look, don't talk to me about the case. Or if you hear people, I've also had experience where people overheard other people talking about it. If that's going on, you either say to them, please don't discuss that, I'm a juror, or move away from them so that you're not hearing anything about that. Now, if something like that should happen, you should report that to the court. And then the court will discuss it with the attorneys and decide, if there's anything that needs to be done. Sometimes we might have to ask you to come into the courtroom and answer some questions about it so we can determine if you can continue to be on the jury. If you're in doubt, report it. Don't ask anyone else. And I'll bring up the example which I just mentioned about the situation of McGee's. In that case, the juror came back, and it was a week-long trial. We had 3 alternates, so we had 15 jurors. So they were all in the jury room. Well, the juror came back and said, well, it doesn't make any difference to me, but this is what was told, and blah, blah, blah. Well, the that it was reported to the court after that, and because that juror had shared what had happened and what had been heard with the other jurors, we had to bring in all 15 jurors and ask them questions. So we took almost the entire afternoon asking questions. As it turned out, the juror had done nothing wrong and it didn't affect anybody, but we had to ask everybody. You know, now that you know what was said, does that have influence on it? So that's why I say, don't share anything else with fellow jurors. If you got any questions at all, just err on the side of caution, tell the bailiff will tell me, and then we'll deal with it, but it'll only be you and not all 14 of you. Now, you're not permitted to investigate or attempt to obtain any information on this case outside the courtroom. It's highly improper for any of you to do so. So, in this case, I don't know if we have a scene, but sometimes people say, well, I want to go to the scene of the alleged crime, so to speak, and look at it for myself. And, you know, you can't do that. You can't try to obtain any information about something that comes up. So, for instance, if there's a topic that comes up and you say, well, you know, I've heard about that. That's not what I recall reading. I think I'll look it up on the internet. You know, the internet, that's the bane of existence now, because, you know, you can look up anything. Now, you know, chances of being right, you know, who knows. But don't do that. If you think you would like to know more about that topic, it's going to hopefully come out in a trial. And if it doesn't, at the end of the trial, then you go back and look it up. But don't do it during the trial. You're not to read, view, or listen to any kind of a report in any newspaper, radio, television, internet, or social media on the subject of this trial. And you're not permitted anyone to read or comment about that in your presence. You know, we don't have media cover trials much anymore, but because they watch YouTube, and then because this trial is going to be broadcast on YouTube, and then they report about it. So there may be a report overnight, but if there is, don't read it. If you want to look at the website for the paper, okay, but don't. If you see something about the trial, don't read that. But even bigger is the social media, because there are people, again, we have YouTube, so, you know, we'll have 60, 70, 80 people following the case, sometimes 100 or more, depending on what kind of case it is. And some of those people may make comments on social media. So if you're involved in social media, don't read anything about this case should you happen to have something said that attracts your attention. Don't post anything about it, because that raises the possibility somebody might respond. So if you say, well, I got chosen for jury duty today, and I'm going to be in jury duty the next 2 days. And then somebody might might say, oh, I know you're on that such and such a case, and here's what, you know, the outcome of that case ought to be. So don't do anything like that until after the trial. Once it's done, if you're a person who posts on media and you want to talk about your experience, that's fine, but not during the trial. Note-taking will not be permitted. In cases of short duration, and I expect the evidence will be pretty much done today, I don't know, again, it's hard to predict, but that's kind of the expectation. But I don't permit note-taking on what I call a short trial. If we have a trial that's going to go a week or longer, then I do. And the reason for that is, and again, this is just my own experience, and so, you know, I'm just making sure that no one else, maybe the rest of you wouldn't have the same experience I did, but I remember when I was 18 years old, which was a long, long time ago, and I was at Ohio State, my first classes, the first morning, you know, kid from Hillsboro with on a campus of 40,000 people. I was pretty nervous, and when I was in my first couple of classes, I started writing down everything. Then I realized, you know, well, a lot of this, what I'm writing down, really doesn't mean anything. And then I'm thinking, and then when I was writing this down, he said something else. I don't remember what that was. So I was distracted by my writing. Many, many years later, I can write and talk and listen at the same time, because you have to if you're a litigator, particularly a judge. Doesn't mean I'm always getting everything I need to, and if I don't, I can ask. But that's one of the reasons I don't permit note-taking on short trials. And when we do have notes, I do give certain guidelines to people to follow as they're taking their notes. Now, you've noticed that we've had a couple of bench conferences, and there was static or white noise. The purpose of a bench conference is to discuss things that may or may not be appropriate for the jury to hear. For instance, in some objections, if a question is answered or is made and there's an objection, and the attorneys want to say, here's what that evidence is going to be, rather than having them say that in front of you and going back and forth on what their arguments are, and then me making a ruling, We have it up here. It's recorded, but it just interferes with the you hearing. And so if I decide that the answer is not proper, if you heard all that, that's just something more that I'm going to tell you to disregard. So we're trying to avoid you having to disregard a whole lot of stuff. And then also sometimes we're discussing logistical issues, or technical matters, which is what we did here right before we started the trial. Now, during all recesses, you're to remember all these instructions and abide by them. I'll try to remind you of them or summarize the memory of them, but these instructions are to govern you during all breaks and during all the time from now until the conclusion of this case, including overnight. All right, now with that, we are going to hear the opening statements. Now, opening statements are, as I've already said, are not evidence. They're simply an attorney's version of what they think the evidence is going to be and what they think the significance of that is. But it's only for the purpose for you to understand what the claims are as the evidence is received. It gives you, say, okay, I understand now why they're asking these questions. And so with that, the state will go first. Mrs. Collins.
Thank you. May it please the court, Mr. Wallace. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you already understand that this case involves a theft from an elderly person. And what I expect the evidence will prove to you during this trial is that Randy Roberts owns a business called Roberts Trucking, and that's here in Highland County. In 2019, Randy was looking for someone to keep his books, to pay his bills, do his invoices, things like that. And he asked the defendant, Lori Green, if she'd be willing to do that. Lori's response, basically, show me the money. The two agreed on a price of $1,000 per month. Randy has a few accounts for his business and personal use. He has an NCB checking account, and he has a Capital One credit card. The defendant's job was to pay the bills out of the accounts and each month, make deposits if that needed to be done, and issue invoices. And she was to write herself a check for $1,000 each month for her work. She also got a credit card on Randy's Capital One account. He told her, use the card for business expenses when I'm out of town. The name on the card was Lori Roberts. Now, initially things seemed to go just fine, but in 2023, Randy tried to use the Capital One card in Florida while hauling a load of cattle, and the card was declined. He called the bank, and the bank said, you don't have any money. He was stranded in Florida. He called the defendant, and she said, it's a mistake. The bank will be taking care of it. They've made a mistake. Randy suspected that there was something far different going on, and he suspected that the defendant was taking his money. Now, Randy has a friend named Lindsay Bennett, and Lindsay happens to be a forensic auditor. Randy asked Lindsay, would you mind looking through my accounts, looking at my books? Tell me what's going on here. Well, it didn't take Lindsay long to realize what was going on is that Randy had a lot of money missing. For one thing, during a time period of about 29 months, instead of writing herself $29,000 worth of checks for work at $1,000 a month, this defendant wrote herself $66,000 worth of checks. And plus the $29,000 for working. So the $66,000 was on top of the $29,000 that she legitimately worked for. Another problem was the Capital One card in the name Lori Roberts, the card that's for business purposes of Roberts Trucking. Randy and Lindsay realized Lori was using it to pay her own personal bills. For example, her electric bill. Randy canceled the card. This defendant got a new card the same month Randy had no idea that she got. During the time period that she had the Capital One cards and the name Lori Roberts for Roberts Trucking, this defendant spent over $249,000 on the cards. She also got 2 Capital One cards in her own name. When the second Lori Roberts card was canceled, this defendant had got 2 Capital One cards in the name Lori Green. She then started using Randy's NCB checking account to pay those bills. And in just over a year, spent just over $100,000 paying on her credit card bills out of Randy Roberts' NCB checking account. Lori was terminated in June of '23, and at the urging, after Lindsay went through the books, Randy contacted law enforcement. Detective Sergeant Erica Engel was handed Lindsay's work. She could have stopped there. But she wanted to know, where is this money being spent? What are all these charges? So going through the charges on the Capital One card and the name Lori Roberts, that's for Roberts Trucking, was intended for business purposes for Roberts Trucking, Detective Engel came across a lot of interesting charges. Thousands of dollars at Amazon. Detective Engel had a subpoena issued for the defendant's Amazon account records and found that the Capital One card on the Roberts Trucking account, the one that was to be used for business purposes, over $45,000 was spent at Amazon, the defendant's personal Amazon account. These aren't business purchases. You'll have the list. There are things like women's shoes, pantyhose, makeup, even adult sexual toys. Detective Engel pulled the defendant's personal PayPal account. She noted that those purchases also were not for a trucking business. There were also a number of payments on the Lori Roberts Capital One card to Adams Rural Electric for electric at a house. Detective Engel pulled those records, and the electric service belonged to 150 Calvert Road in Seaman, Ohio. Who lives at 150 Calvert Road in Seaman, Ohio? The defendant. So she's using the cards from Roberts Trucking, the Capital One card from Roberts Trucking. The name on it is Lori Roberts. It was intended to be used for business purposes of Roberts Trucking to pay her own electric bill at her house in Adams County. At no time did Randy Roberts give the defendant permission to use his accounts for her own personal use. Now, and some of you are going to wonder, how did Randy not realize that this money was being spent? You're going to hear from Randy. He's 69 years old. He's a truck driver. He's a bachelor. Generally low maintenance. He pays no attention to these accounts unless there's no money in it. He pays someone else to do that. He hasn't balanced a checkbook in years. In fact, until recently, he didn't even know how to access the accounts without a paper statement in front of him. As long as he has money, as long as his card works, he relies on the person that he is paying to keep his books. And this defendant's crafty. During COVID, when the government was giving small business owners loans to keep their businesses afloat, this defendant applied on Randy's behalf, on behalf of Roberts Trucking, and was awarded over $480,000. Money that quickly filtered out of Randy's NCB account and into the defendant's accounts. Detective Sergeant Vincent Antonor had the opportunity to speak with the defendant about the money and where it went. Initially, she advised the money was spent to reimburse her for things that she purchased for the business. When confronted with the fact that she had a Capital One card specifically for business purchases that she would not need to reimburse herself for, it was a business card, she told Detective Antonor, "You just don't understand what I mean." She also admitted, yes, there was money missing, and she admitted that she was the only person that had access to the money. Ladies and gentlemen, the state will present the records that were meticulously sorted through and the calculations, and the state will prove between the Lori Roberts Capital One cards, the NCB checking account transfers from Randy's NCB account to Lori's personal cards, and the checks that Lori wrote to herself. This defendant stole over $420,000 from Randy Roberts, an elderly man. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Mr. Wallace, on behalf of the defendant.
Yes, Your Honor. May it please the court, counsel. I told you when we spoke earlier, we have two different versions of events. That's why we're here. Ms. Green has denied, and you will hear her deny in testimony, that she stole any money or any item from Randy Roberts. This was a very unusual relationship, putting it mildly. He's 69, she's 48. So that's the age difference between the two. Testimony will be that the initial conversation that led to the hiring of Lori Green to work for Randy Roberts was in a bar. That'll be a theme that comes throughout the testimony. Well, while we were at this bar, or this bar, or this bar, Lori Green was doing bookkeeping work for several different business clients at this time, in addition to Randy Roberts. The testimony will be, she's now studying to be a funeral director. She works at a funeral home. That's what she's doing. This is a woman with 3 children. You will hear her testify. She's never been in trouble in her life. She initially was hired to do some books and basically be a bookkeeper for Randy Roberts because he's out of town a lot. Not necessarily sophisticated financially with his own financial affairs, and he needed someone to take care of his finances. It quickly turned into something more than that. You will hear testimony that Randy Roberts wanted Lori Green to be at his beck and call 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Would text and or call her from the road nonstop. It quickly turned at all hours of the day and night. And she charged him for her time. You will hear her testify as to what her understanding of the financial arrangement was. You will hear Lori testify that she believes that every check that was written to her was money she had earned for work she had done for Randy Roberts. Items that were purchased on credit cards or through his NCB account were with his consent. Did she ask him for consent every time she ordered an item? No. Did they have discussions in advance as to what he wanted her to do and what he permitted her to do? Yes, that will be her testimony. You will hear from 4 witnesses. 2 police officers, Lindsay Bennett, most importantly, Randy Roberts. On the state side, the evidence on our side will be Lori Green testifying as to her version of events. We believe that the evidence will be clear after you hear all of the evidence that the state cannot meet their burden of proof beyond a reasonable doubt, and we'll be asking you to return a verdict of not guilty at the conclusion of the trial. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Wallace. First witness.
Randy Roberts.
Have you been sworn in, Mr. Roberts?
Yes, I have.
All right, then just come right over here and have a seat. If you have a cell phone, make sure it's off.
Watch the step.
All right, there's a microphone right there on that board. If you can slide that all the way to your left, it'll as far as it'll go. Then right here, this one here. Yeah, slide it to your left.
Oh, okay.
All right, and keep your voice up. All right, you may inquire.
Thank you. Please state your name for the record.
Randy Roberts.
Mr. Roberts, what do you do for a living?
Haul livestock and background cattle.
Do you run your business from your home?
Yes, I do.
And where's your business located?
5055 West Swamp Road, excuse me, Winchester, Ohio, 45697.
Is that in Highland County?
Yes, it is.
Are you married?
No.
And what's your date of birth, Randy?
7854,
And how does that make you?
69.
Do you know Lori Green?
Yes, I do.
And how do you know Lori?
Lori used to work for me.
How long have you known her?
Probably 5 years.
Do you see Lori in the courtroom today?
Yes, I do.
Can you please point her out for the court? Please let the record reflect the witness identified the defendant.
Sword.
Have you ever been in a romantic or sexual relationship with the defendant?
No.
In 2019, did you offer the defendant employment?
Yes, I did.
And what were her job duties to be?
Take care of the books, pay the taxes, pay the receipts, do the fuel mileage, fuel permits.
Did you agree on payment for that work?
Yes, we did.
What did you agree upon?
1,000 a month.
And that was to be paid monthly?
Yes.
Did you ever agree on more than that? More
No.
payment than that?
No.
How is she to be paid?
Check.
From what account?
Trucking account, NCB.
So what financial accounts did you have at the time?
I had NCB, Merchants National Bank, I had a Capital One card, and I had a ComData account.
A what account?
ComData.
Was the NCB the checking account?
NCB was a trucking checking account.
And the Capital One card, what account?
The Capital One card was for trucking. It was be took out of NCB.
Okay. Randy, when's the last time that you bounced a checkbook?
Forever. I pay people to do that.
May I approach?
You may.
I'm going to hand you what's previously been marked as State's Exhibit 1 for identification purposes. I'm going to open that up and take a look at it. You recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what is that?
Capital One.
So is that the Capital One card that was for Roberts Trucking?
Yes, it was.
Take that back from me. I'm next going to hand you what's previously been marked as State's Exhibit 2 for identification purposes. You recognize this?
Yes, I do.
And what is that?
Trucking account.
Is that the NCB checking account for the trucking company?
Yes, it is.
Do you also use these two accounts for your own personal expenses?
Yes, I do.
Now, at some point in April of ~23, did you discover there may be a problem with your finances?
Yes, I did.
And how'd you figure this out?
I had a fuel card that wasn't working, a Capital One card that wasn't working, and I was starting to have complaints about bounce checks.
Where were you at when you figured this out?
Florida.
Based on the cards not working, what did you do?
Called Lori.
And what did the defendant tell you?
She said that there was a mistake. Capital One had made a mistake and the deposit was made and it just hadn't been deposited yet.
Did you speak with anybody else about it?
I called the bank.
And what did they say?
Said it'd been money transferred out of my account to her account.
Did you speak to anyone else about the problem?
No.
What about Ms. Ben?
Yes.
Now, during the time period from early 2019 to summer of '23, did you receive state and federal coronavirus money for your business?
Yes, I did.
Do you know how much money you received?
Approximately $400,000.
What account did that money go into?
NCB.
So that would be the trucking company account?
Yes, it would.
Now, how did you apply for that money?
Lori took care of applying for it.
Did you ultimately terminate the defendant from working for you?
She quit.
Do you recall when that was?
1st of June last year, the middle of June.
So June of '23?
Yes.
Did you give the defendant permission to get her own Capital One card in the name of Lori Roberts on your Capital One account?
Yes.
And what was the purpose of that card?
To pay the, like if we needed something for the office, if I needed parts, things like that.
At some point, did you take the card back?
Yes, I had it shut off
And why did you do that?
because it was laying around her house and the kids was starting to put stuff on the account and it was showing up, so I had it shut off.
Who told you that the kids were putting things on the account?
When I checked the records and Lori told me the kids had screwed up and grabbed the card.
At some point, was a second Capital One card in the name of Lori Roberts opened?
No,
There was not a second card?
no.
May I approach?
May.
I'm going to hand you back what's previously been marked as State's Exhibit 1. Okay. Okay. So this name says,
Lori Roberts.
and what's the last four of the card number associated with that? Can you read that?
No, I can't.
With 3337?
I can make out to 337, yes.
Okay. Now let's flip back
Which
here.
exhibit are you looking at?
1.
Okay, thank you.
Do you see this name?
Yes.
What is that?
Lori Roberts,
Can you read this number?
4513.
So that's the second Lori Roberts Capital One card on your account?
It seems to be yes.
Did you give her permission to have the second card?
No,
Is there ever a time that the defendant's name was Lori Roberts?
no,
Do you have an Amazon account?
no,
Did you give the defendant permission to use the Capital One account, the Roberts Trucking Capital One account, to pay her personal Amazon bill?
no,
Do you have a PayPal account?
no,
Did you give the defendant permission to use the Roberts Trucking Capital One cards to pay her PayPal bill?
no,
Do you own the property at 150 Calvert Road in Seaman, Ohio?
no,
Did you give the defendant permission to use the Capital One account, the Roberts Trucking Capital One account, to pay the electric bill at 150 Calvert Road in Seaman?
one time,
Only one time?
only one time.
Did she agree to pay you back for that one time?
Yes,
Did she give you back money for that?
no cash, no,
Are you familiar with the Capital One account in the name of Lori Green, ending in account number 0652?
no,
Did you give the defendant permission to use the Roberts Trucking Capital One account to pay the defendant's personal Capital One bill for ending in 0652?
no,
Are you familiar with the Capital One account in the name of Lori Green, ending in 3758?
no,
Did you give the defendant permission to use the Roberts Trucking Capital One account to pay for the Capital One bill ending in 3758?
no,
Did you give the defendant permission to use your Roberts Trucking NCV account to pay her personal credit card payments?
no,
Let's talk about her payment. You testified she was to be paid $1,000 per month, beginning in early 2019. Is that correct?
yes,
Who wrote her check?
she did,
Who signed the checks?
I did,
Did you authorize or approve at any time any amount more than $1,000 per month?
no,
Did you sign the checks for the business?
yes.
Tell me how that would work.
I would sign so many checks before I left, and they had to have two signatures, Roberts Trucking and my own signature, Randy Roberts. I believe I wrote Randy Roberts on it, then she had to write Roberts Trucking on it to make them complete.
And when you say you left, so you were gone for more than the evening?
Yes,
Okay. Was there anything that she would have purchased for your business with her personal money that you would have needed to reimburse her for?
no,
Is that why she had the Lori Roberts Capital One card? To buy the things that she might need for the business?
yeah,
Did she ever purchase a truck bed for your business?
no,
Did you give her paid vacation?
no,
Can I hand you again what's been marked as State's Exhibit 1 for identification purposes? And rather than having you flip through every page, I marked it ahead of time. I'm going to hand you this. You see the Delta transactions the airline transactions?
Yes.
Did you give the defendant permission to get a,
Excuse me.
you're fine, to get a plane ticket in the name of Lori Green or Alex Green?
No.
Okay. Here again, January of 2022, the credit card, or the plane ticket here in the name of Lori Green, did you give the defendant permission to get that plane ticket?
No.
Did you allow the defendant to borrow money from you?
Yes.
Would you say that was more than $2,000 or less than $2,000?
Probably less than 2,000.
Did she ever give you money back for that?
No.
How did you not notice that this money was missing until that day in Florida when your card was denied?
I never seen the account. I couldn't get into the account. I'd come home and say, I need to look at something, and there was always excuses to the, either the app wasn't working, or I never seen any accounts.
I have no further questions.
Ross?
Mr. Roberts, my name is Bruce Wallace and I represent Lori. You had a Capital One account for your business before Lori came to work for you.
Correct.
Okay. And you also had what you had made mention of, a com data card. I think I know what that is, but could you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what a com data card is?
The Com Data card's a fuel card that I use on the road just to purchase fuel and oil and repairs like that.
Common in the trucking industry.
Yes, it's a very good card in the trucking industry. Took it about every truck stop across the United States.
And it could also buy food at the truck stops, for instance, or just truck items.
Just truck items.
So the Capital One card would then be used by you if you wanted to buy dinner at a truck stop or something while you're on the road. How would you pay for meals when you were gone?
Cash.
Cash? Always?
Not always, but most of the time cash.
Okay. Did you use the Capital One card account yourself just as part of your travel on your business? When you were out on the road, would you use Capital One card if you needed something?
Yes.
Okay. And I believe your testimony was the Capital One card got declined. That's what triggered this chain of events here?
Yes.
Okay. Did you try to use an ATM or a bank card as well?
I never had an ATM card or a bank card at the time.
Okay. Okay. When Lori Green started working for you, did you have a girlfriend?
Objection, relevance.
Did you have a girlfriend at the time?
No.
When you noticed that you couldn't use your card, April, May, June of 23, whenever that was, you were in Florida, correct, at the time?
Correct.
Did you have a girlfriend at that time?
No.
Okay, so there was no one else that you had given access to an account?
No.
Okay. Ms. Collins asked you if there was ever a romantic or sexual relationship with Lori Green and yourself. And you testified there was not.
There was not.
Okay. Did you make efforts to see if there would be one? Did you attempt to have a relationship with Lori Green?
No.
Are you sure?
We was good friends, and that was the end of it, good friends.
Okay. Would you show up at her house during the time period when she was working for you?
Yes.
How frequently?
Just depended on when I was home and the time.
Okay. Would you call or text Lori to try or successfully get her to go to bars with you when you were in Hillsborough area?
No.
Never went to bars with Lori Green?
Yes, I went to bars.
With Lori?
Yes.
Okay. While she was working for you? During the same time period that she was working for you?
Yes.
You would go out to eat frequently with Lori Green while she was working for you?
Yes.
Did you ever get in bed with Lori Green?
Twice, 3 times.
Okay. But there was no romantic relationship.
No.
Why were you in bed with Lori Green if there was no romantic relationship?
That's just where we ended up.
Explain how you ended up there.
I'd go to sleep, come down, would be there. We went to a thing in Salina. They just had one room and one bed.
So the two of you slept in the same bed,
Yes.
once in a hotel, ever at your house? Were you ever in the same bed with Lori Green at your house,
On Swamp Road?
wherever you live?
Swamp Road, no.
Were you ever in bed with Lori Green at her house?
Yes.
Explain how that came to be.
It just happened.
Well, how did it just happen?
We ended up there.
Well, what was going on between you and Lori that you ended up in the same bed at her house?
Don't understand what you're trying to ask me here.
It's pretty simple, I think, so I'll try to ask it a different way. Why were you in the same bed with Lori Green at her house?
It just happened.
Does this happen to you a lot?
No.
Just with Lori Green? I'm a little confused.
I'm going to object as to the relevance of this.
Well, I think it's relevant, so I'll overrule the objection, but don't belabor the point.
I understand. What were the circumstances that led to you ending up in bed with an adult woman who you have told us you did not have a romantic relationship with?
As friends.
Okay. Were you having sex with Lori Green?
No.
Were you trying to have sex with Lori Green?
No.
Did Lori Green continuously complain to you about remarks you made to her of a sexual nature?
Yes.
Okay. How long did that go on? What period of time was she making complaints about your remarks you were making to her?
I really don't know.
A month? 6 months?
I really don't know.
Okay. You acknowledge that you made remarks of a sexual nature to Lori Green while she was working for you. Correct?
Correct.
And you did this on more than one occasion. Correct?
Correct.
And you got into bed with her on more than one occasion while she was working for you. correct?
Correct.
Okay. How much work did you think Lori Green was supposed to do for you? How many hours a week was she going to work for you for this $1,000 a month?
I have no idea. I'm not a bookkeeper.
Okay. You acknowledge that while she was working for you would call and text her a lot while you were on the road.
Yes.
Late into the evening hours.
Yes.
Sexual remarks made in those conversations in text as well, correct?
Occasionally.
Okay. And you know texts don't go away, you understand that?
I do.
Okay. And you thought that was okay way to treat your employee?
I'm going to object.
I'll sustain that.
Okay. Did you ever tell Lori Green that she could use the credit card for purchases in lieu of taking additional pay for doing additional work for you? Instead of writing her additional checks for working above and beyond, did you ever tell her you can use the credit card and we'll take that instead of pay?
Yes.
Okay. You were actually in the room when Laurie would call Capital One, correct, with problems about the credit card?
No.
Fair to say you did not like to have those conversations with the credit card companies? You had Lori have these conversations so you wouldn't have to.
It was her job to keep the books and take care of that.
Were you actually present when, in a phone conversation with Capital One, the decision was made to issue a card to Lori as Lori Roberts?
Yes.
You actually gave Lori Green permission when talking to Capital One to pretend to be your wife and identify herself as Lori Roberts so that they would talk to her.
Yes.
Okay. And that's how the Lori Roberts Capital One account came into existence in the first place.
The first one, yes.
Okay. You knew she had her own Capital One accounts. Or were you aware of that?
No.
Were you aware where she was purchasing items for your business?
As for,
Anything. You said you wanted her to use the
Yes.
card? Would she have had authority to use the card to purchase business items because she thought they were needed without clearing each purchase with you?
for the business? Yes.
Were you aware she would purchase items on the business card for her personal use?
No.
You never gave her permission
No.
to do that instead of writing her additional checks?
No.
Did you sign all of her checks that were written to her for work done? Would they have been signed by you or someone else?
By me.
Okay. But I believe you indicated on direct you had a habit of, I'm going out of town, signing several checks in advance,
Correct.
leaving them for Lori to fill out.
Correct.
Okay. And she didn't have to sign her name on the checks. Just put the business name with your name.
Yes.
Okay. And you had given her permission to put the business name on those checks.
Yes.
Okay. I have nothing further.
Redirect.
Did you have a sexual relationship with the defendant?
No.
The times that you stayed wherever you were, and maybe the two of you ended up in the same bed, had you been drinking?
Yes.
Had the defendant been drinking?
Yes.
Did you make that decision so as not to drive?
Yes.
Did the defendant ever tell you to get out of the bed?
No.
Were you paying the defendant for sex?
No.
During this time period that all of this has happened, when did she actually quit? Or when did you actually fire? When did her employment stop?
Approximately a year ago.
So June of 23?
Yes.
Did you give the defendant permission to get the second Lori Roberts card?
No.
No further questions.
All right, you can step down. And you may remain in court if you wish. It's up to you. Step out.
This way.
Sure. Right there. Yeah. All right, it's 11:45, so instead of starting another witness and stopping in the middle, we're going to go ahead and take lunch now. You can take it. We'll take an hour, so I'd like to be back at 12:45. During the break, remember all the instructions I've given you. You're not to discuss the matter with anyone. Permitted to be discussed with you. Don't speak with any of the witnesses or persons involved in the case or spectators about the case or anyone else, even among yourselves. Don't try to obtain any additional information about the case. Don't read or listen or watch any information about the case that may be posted on any social media or any type of news media outlet. When you return back, report to the jury room, 12:45. Thank you.
Please rise.
seat, please. Okay, I'll remind everybody to turn off your cell phones. We're back on record. State versus Green, your next witness.
Lindsay Bennett.
Have you been sworn in?
Yes.
Right, have a seat right over there, please.
If you grab the microphone.
Oh, yeah, slide it over all the way in front of you. That's the microphone.
Oh, gotcha.
Make sure you, further, it'll go a little further. There you go. Please keep your voice up.
Okay.
Remain quiet.
Can you please state your name for the record?
Lindsay Bennett,
And can you spell your last name?
Bennett.
And Ms. Bennett, have you watched any of this trial on YouTube?
No.
What sort of degrees or certificates do you hold?
I have a bachelor's degree in finance and accounting. I have a master's in business administration. I am a certified public accountant. I am a certified fraud examiner. I am a certified internal auditor, certified financial services auditor, and a certified forensic accountant.
And do you know Randy Roberts?
Yes.
How do you know Randy?
Through his family, mostly through his kids. Met him probably over 10 years ago through his family.
Do you know Lori Green?
No.
Sometime in 2023, did Randy come to you with concerns about his financial accounts?
Yes.
Did you agree to assist him in going through his records?
Yes, I did.
What accounts did you have access to?
He got me access to his bank accounts through NCB and Merchants National Bank. We went through those, and then he also got me access to his Capital One credit card accounts.
I'm going to hand you what's previously been marked as State's Exhibit 2 for identification purposes. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
And what is that?
They are the checks from National Cooperative Bank.
Is that a certified copy of his bank statements?
Yes.
Are there any debit cards, or at the time, were there any debit cards attached to that account?
There were, but none that I'm aware of in her possession.
Did you review this account for checks written to Lori Green?
I did.
Next, going to hand you what's previously been marked as State's Exhibit 9 for identification purposes. Do you recognize that?
I do.
And what is that?
That is a summary of all of the checks from this account written to Lori Green from the time period of 2020 through 2021, 22, and the years 23 through May.
Did you prepare this document as part of your work in the case?
I did.
And was it retained as a record in the case?
It was.
Does it truly and accurately reflect a summary of the checks written on the NCB account to Lori Green?
Yes.
Can you explain how the spreadsheet is broken down, the first column, second column?
Yeah, so first we have the check number, the date the check was written, who it was paid to, which was Lori Green, and then the total amount of the check. These are laid out by year. So like, for instance, the total in 2020 was $34,500. We then took her authorized payments, which was $1,000 per month, off of that total, which left for this year, 2020, an unauthorized payments of $22,500. Those were the amount of checks written to her for that year that were not authorized. Then this continues for the year of 2021, 2022, and then the 5 months into 2023.
And on the back page, is there a total that include all the years combined?
Yes, so through 2020, all the way through 2023, we have a total of $66,502.
And just to be clear, you took out the amount that was her authorized $1,000 a month.
Correct. So this summarizes the leftover amounts that were not authorized per year. So those 4 amounts add up to that total.
Now, during your review of the NCB records, did you identify deposits you made in relation to COVID money?
Yes, there were, if I remember correctly, a couple deposits on the back here made. And when we say COVID money, these were deposits from the SBA loan that was made. Yeah, SBA, so one, the pink one's only. Yeah, deposit 149. So that was the $1,000 one, and then another 65. So a little over 200,000 on that one. 272, I'm gonna do quick math, close to about 400, a little over $400,000 in a loan, small business loan from the SBA that was applied for. I don't know if everybody remembers through COVID. You could sign up as a small business owner through and get EITL money that you did, and then you could apply for these loans. So they did. Randy did. He was aware of this, I believe, as he told me. Lori had did this online through SBA, got the money in the account, and I believe this first one was done in 2020, and in my estimations, kind of when the party started. So that's when that money come in and was available in the accounts.
Did you also review Capital One cards that were related to the Roberts Trucking account?
I did.
Going to hand you what's previously been marked as State's Exhibit 1 for identification purposes. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what is that?
These are the Capital One statements, all three cards, starting back in 2019, all the way through May of 2023.
And did you review those records as well?
I did.
Take us through how you did a review of these records.
So when we started the investigation, Randy told me that there was, thinks he had an issue with it. I asked him what accounts. We started with the bank statements, and he says, I also use a credit card through Capital One. So I said, well, let's get those statements. And we started with just 2023 and 2022 and found a lot going on. And then, so we went all the way back through 2019. And to kind of give a picture of what's going on, if we look in 2019, Randy's usage for this card is for his trucking company. Randy's trucking company is Randy. It's one man, one truck out on the road. He uses it to cover his hotel when he stays, a little bit of fuel here and there, and food. Maybe a couple parts here and there, things that he may need for his truck. Outside of that, the card isn't used for a whole lot. So if anything, it's roughly maybe tops $2,000, $3,000 a month that he would use this card for. So as we kind of progress through the years and we get into 2020 and the 2021, 22, things just didn't start to add up, and the usage started to trend up. And when I say trend up, it got to the point of a couple cards, looking at it, one ended up in a Lori Roberts. I'm not real sure who Lori Roberts is. She doesn't exist. So that card showed up, and we see a trend of going to $5,000, $6,000, $7,000, even $10,000 a month usage on the other cards that Randy did not have in his possession. So I start to go through these, and you look, there are charges that Randy would not use. Randy lives a simple life. He's a truck driver. He's on the road truck driver where he'll take off on a Monday. We may not see him for 10 days. He won't be back home. Randy doesn't have a pool. Randy lives in a rundown farmhouse. He doesn't buy from Abercrombie. He doesn't buy from Amazon. Randy is not tech savvy by any means. So he doesn't do a lot of online shopping and different things. So we see all of these things start to tick up as we work through these Capital One statements through the years. One thing that stuck out to me as what I do in my profession is an account called Intuit. Intuit is something like you would use for QuickBooks. A lot of small businesses, buy QuickBooks online. You can do your online checking, keep your own records, etc. You would expect to see maybe $100 a month charge Randy for his bookwork that Lori would use to charge for his account. Not $2,000, not $500, not a couple charges a month. So that I found odd, why he would be charged that kind of dollar amount for a one-man trucking account that, you know, she didn't even prepare his taxes for that. So not sure what that is. So some of those charges, you know, she went and got flipped, you know, reimbursed by Intuit, but some of them were not. So things of that nature popped out. Again, just a lot of, there's another, Abercrombie. You've all met Randy. Randy doesn't shop at Abercrombie and Fitch. He doesn't wear anything extravagant. The most extravagant thing Randy does is go to country concert once a year. It's an outdoor music festival, takes his camper and comes home. Some other things we see, Randy doesn't ride bulls or do rodeo. We've seen shopping for those items. Again, Randy doesn't have a pool. We've seen pool accessories bought with the Capital One card. Just a lot of things that did not add up for who Randy Roberts is. I've known Randy a long time. I know how he lives, his lifestyle, his family, what he does, and this did not add up. Also to the tune, again, that the card in Lori Roberts to a person that does not exist, and you know, why we had to have a card, not one, but two, because Randy did shut one card down and we reopened another card. So a lot of weird things happening with this account. One thing I like to say is, you know, you want to ask, well, how did Randy not see this? Again, Randy's on the road. She was getting his mail to pay the bills. I call this in my profession keys to the kingdom. She had all of his data, birth date, access to his birth date, social, access to his bank accounts. She was getting his mail, picking it up. So if the credit card statement came in, because it was all paper, she could pick that up and he would never see it. So he didn't see that there was an extra $10,000 going through the account that he was not aware of. Same thing on bank statements. You know, if there was, we found going through this, I tied out all of these Capital One payments that left his bank account and made it to the Capital One account. And there I identified Capital One payments from his bank account that did not make it to these accounts. So now I'm like, well, whose Capital One card are we paying? So again, just a lot of activity that led us to say, you know, obviously something's going on. We have, you know, fraudulent names, fraudulent cards, fraudulent transactions, a lot of them that weren't authorized.
Did you, were you able to track what account was paying the bill each month?
From his bank account, the NCB?
That's the bank account that was paying it?
Yes.
And did you go through the NCB account and compare it to that?
Yes.
To the Capital One accounts?
Yes.
During the review of the records, did you have access to receipts and invoices, things of that nature?
Yes, what was provided and that Randy had given me from his home, yes, and provided back from Lori.
During the review, did you find any receipts in which Lori paid for something with her personal money and then used a check to reimburse herself?
Not that I was provided or aware of, no.
Did you start keeping Randy's books for him after you became aware of the situation?
Yes, once this started, everything was returned to Randy. We went to the bank, we had to close out all the accounts, the old accounts, started new ones, and then we set everything back up online. We set up a lot of things for auto pay, just to alleviate hassle and having to worry about things. And then I have been helping him get anything else paid and or doing his quarterly fuel tax, things of that nature for his one truck that he has to do. So there's a couple things that he has to file. So I am helping him do that, and as we go through now.
About how long, about how many hours a month do you spend on Randy's books?
Less than 5.
And you testified to this, but do you know Randy personally? You knew him before this?
Yes.
Do you know him does he say vulgar things, things like that?
Randy's Randy. Randy is an older single truck driver. I mean, there's a reason there's the term truck driver mouth, truck driver language. You talk like a truck driver. That's Randy. He's never been totally out of line, like, from a sexual advance thing, but he may say things that are a little off color. I've never been offended by them. I mean, I know he's not serious. He's never propositioned me for any kind of sex in return for anything like that. I mean, nothing of that nature. I wouldn't even call him a dirty old man. He's not even to that extent.
After your review of the accounts, did you provide Randy or law enforcement with your findings?
Yes, so one thing we turned in what we had for the few years. I think we had to go back and get the additional all the way back to previous years in order to satisfy what the bank had a statute of limitations for some time in order to maybe get back the checks that were written. So I think we had 30 or 45 days and that was coming up. So we filed the complaint with the sheriff's office at that time and then went back and got the rest and turned in for that, so.
No further questions?
Ross?
Ms. Bennett, you did the computation of how much in, I don't know if salary is the right word, because Lori Green was never a W-2 employee of Randy Roberts, correct?
No W-2, that's correct.
So she'd have been like a 1099 services provided type situation, correct?
Correct.
The checks that you have listed in your summary that you prepared where you believe that she was overpaid $66,000, that's based upon your conversations with Mr. Roberts as to what he had agreed to pay her, correct?
Yes, from my knowledge, the agreement was $1,000 a month for her services.
And if that information is not true, then your computations would also not necessarily be correct.
If that's not true,
Okay. You never had a conversation with Lori Green?
I have not.
Okay. You don't know whether Randy Roberts authorized Lori Green to get a card with Capital One in the name of Lori Roberts?
Per conversation with Randy, he did not authorize that.
Okay. So if that's different than what he testified to here today, that's news to you?
Correct.
Okay. You don't know what he authorized her to pay of her own expenses in return for work or services rendered other than what Randy Roberts told you, correct?
Could you explain a little more?
Sure. Randy Roberts never told you that he authorized Lori Green to use his Capital One account to pay personal expenses in alternative to getting checks for work she had done.
There was some, but he did not give me details on which ones those were. I can't attest to what they were or how much.
Okay. Fair to say that your assumptions as to what happened here, or your conclusions as to what happened here, are based upon assumptions from your conversations with Randy Roberts, correct?
Correct.
Okay. You do audits, correct?
Correct.
You need to have accurate information to start with in order to have an accurate result or conclusion, correct?
Correct.
Garbage in, garbage out. Term you're
Correct.
familiar with, I'm sure. So if you were not given a completely accurate version as to what had transpired between Mr. Roberts and Ms. Green, that could lead to some bad conclusions or results from the work you did do. Correct?
It could. However, I think that, we're talking minimal transactions to that.
That's a guess on your part, isn't it? What you just said
no.
was a guess.
No, well, based on what Randy, so, I mean, are you accusing Randy of lying?
I'm not
To
talking
me.
to Randy right now, I'm talking to you,
So,
okay?
from what Randy has told me, and we went through, he's aware of all of these transactions, and we discussed a lot of them, and all of them that I questioned. Tell me which ones that you were aware of that she may have used and would have gone through. So, I can't say that to exact dollar amounts on them, but we had gone through, so there is some, and we had pulled them out. So, but yeah, to say that it's all garbage and there's a lot of assumptions in here, that's a broad statement.
Okay, long answer, but summarizing, garbage in, garbage out?
I'm going to say no to that.
Okay. Okay. You don't know because you weren't there when conversations took place between Lori Green and Randy Roberts in 2020, 21, and 22, and 23, do you?
I was not present during conversations, no, that's
You
correct.
only know what Randy Roberts told you, correct?
That's correct.
And all of your conclusions here on the financial matters are based upon assumptions you're making that Randy Roberts was 100% truthful with you, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
You done?
Yes.
Correct?
Ms. Bennett, is your conclusion totally from Randy's statements, or were there other things that made you believe these were unauthorized purchases?
I guess I would say from 20 years of experience in looking at these, had Randy authorized every single transaction to the tune of $10,000, $12,000 a month that he didn't have, I kind of, doubt that. Did Randy have to authorize each and every one of them? I don't know what conversations took place, nor do I feel I had to be there to know that these transactions are unauthorized. Why would he authorize money spent that he did not have?
When you say money spent that he didn't have, what do you mean?
Money spent through his credit card and then paid out of his bank account, and then wondering where his money's at.
So are you saying that made his bank account negative?
Yes.
And is there something, are there things about Randy specifically that also lent to your conclusion? Like the type of person he is or something like that?
The type of person he is, I mean, Randy would help anyone that asked for help, but to the tune of over $300,000 that he really didn't have, no. I mean, he would say, if you needed help, yes. But also, like I said, why would Randy spend money on things that he doesn't need, doesn't have a lot of money that he doesn't, spend money on pool things, the examples that I went through. He would not spend money on that. He's a very humble man, a very, like I said, simple living man. He doesn't spend things on extravagant items. He doesn't spend money on clothing. He doesn't go out. He goes to eat. He goes to work, and that's pretty much all he spends his money on.
The fact that he is not home for long periods of time, what does that say to you?
His run that he goes on, he'll leave on a Monday, and he may not get back till Friday, Saturday. So, and when he's hauling livestock, those are live animals, so he doesn't have time to stop and shop or see the sights wherever he's at. Those animals have to get from point A to point B, and he cannot just hang out and, that's life and death with those animals. So there's not a lot of extra time to do those things. So again, he's not out spending money, shopping online. He's driving a truck from point A to point B. That's been his lifestyle ever since I've known him.
No further questions.
I think you may step down. Just put that right there.
Right here.
Thank you. Your next witness.
Detective Sergeant Vincent Antinor.
Sheriff's Office?
I was, Your Honor.
Thank you. Have a seat. Make sure your cell phone's off if you have it. Hold the microphone over there, please. Raise your hand, inquire.
Please state your name for the record.
I am Detective Sergeant Vincent Antonor of the Highland County Sheriff's Office.
And have you watched any of this trial on YouTube?
I have not.
Are you, you're currently employed with the Sheriff's Office?
That is correct.
How long have you been employed there?
Probably nearly 15 years now.
What are your job duties at the Sheriff's Office?
Currently, I am the supervisor of the Detective Division, which includes investigating major crime.
And were you employed in that capacity on July 13th of '23?
I was.
And were you involved in an investigation involving Randy Roberts and Lori Green?
I was, yes.
What was your role in the investigation?
So our road patrol took the initial report and then it got forwarded to our division. My specific role in this case in particular was mainly to conduct an interview with Ms. Green.
Have you had, or have you received specialized training in interview techniques?
Lots of it, yes.
And did you interview Lori Green involving the allegations in this case?
I did, yes.
What date did that interview take place?
I believe it was July 13th of 2023
Where did the interview take place?
at the Highland County Sheriff's Office.
Do you see Lori Green in the courtroom today?
I do, yes.
Can you please point her out for the court?
So she's sitting at the defense table in polka dots and glasses.
Please let the record reflect the witnesses identify the defendant.
Scored?
What did the defendant tell you about a relationship with Randy Roberts?
That she worked for Randy. They did not have any type of personal or romantic relationship.
Did she tell you how much she made working for him?
She did. She said that she made $1,000 per month or $12,000 a year total.
Did she tell you how she was paid monthly?
She did. So Lori told me during the interview that she was paid by check every month and that she issued that check to herself.
Did you explain to her that you were investigating missing money?
I did, yes.
And what was her response to that?
Lori acknowledged that she understood that there was going to be money missing. I explained to Lori that the problem with that missing money is that it looked like most of it went directly to her or her expenses. And she said yes and shook her head yes.
Did you ask the defendant who else had access to the accounts?
I did, yes.
And what did she tell you?
She said that nobody other than her or Randy would have had access to the accounts.
Did you ask her about reimbursement, or did she say anything to you about reimbursement?
I don't understand the question. Like in as far as, we talked about different forms of reimbursement at different points in the interview.
Did she explain to you that those were reimbursement payments for things that she had purchased?
She did. So after she acknowledged that it looked like most of the money went to her or her personal expenses, she explained that that money is where she would reimburse herself for purchases that she made for Randy or on Randy's behalf.
Did you have an issue with this reimbursement situation?
I did, and I explained that to Lori because the purchases that she was reimbursing herself for were made with Randy's money on Randy's account, not her personal account or her money.
And what did she say to you about that?
She did not have an explanation.
Did you question her about the transfer of money from one bank account to the other, like from NCB to Capital One?
So I did. She had, her answer to this question changed, I think, 3 different times throughout the course of the interview. So basically I told her that there was evidence of direct bank transfers from Randy's accounts to her personal accounts. And her first answer was that she didn't know anything about that. Later in the interview, when the topic came up again, she stated that she actually is the one who started those transfers in lieu of writing herself checks for her monthly payment. When I confronted her on that statement and said that the problem was that she was still writing herself checks during the time that there were also bank transfers, she also didn't have an explanation for that and went back to saying she knew nothing about the bank transfers.
Did the defendant provide you with any other explanation for the money that was missing?
At one point, she said that she would borrow money from Randy, but that she also paid him back every time that she borrowed money.
I have no further questions.
Ross?
Yes, Your Honor. Detective, Sergeant, how do you prefer?
Whatever you'd like.
Okay.
I usually go by both, so.
Okay. Sergeant, you acknowledge that during the interview, Lori Green maintained she did not take anything from Randy Roberts. Isn't that a quote I just read from your summary of the interview?
I don't think I prepared a summary of the interview,
Okay.
so I don't know that you would read a quote from me there. I think to answer your question, yes, there were points in the interview that Lori claimed she didn't
I'm
take
going to
money.
object. This is hearsay. It's not a statement against interest, and that's not a summary of an interview.
I'll sustain that, yeah. The exception of hearsay rule is if it's against interest, not in interest. So jury will disregard that.
Did Miss Green admit to taking money from Randy Roberts?
Well, I think when I asked, or when I explained to Ms. Green that there was money missing and that it looked like it went to her or her expenses, she did say yes.
Okay. Did she admit to stealing money from Randy Roberts?
Again, I'm going to object.
Sustain.
No further questions?
Redirect.
None, Your Honor.
All right, you may step down. Next witness.
Detective Sergeant Erica Engel.
Have you been sworn in?
I have.
Raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Seat there. All right, you may inquire.
Please state your name for the record.
Sergeant Detective Erica Engel.
And are you currently employed?
I am.
Where are you employed?
The Highland County Sheriff's Office.
And how long have you been employed in law enforcement?
Almost 23 years.
What are your job duties there at the Sheriff's Office?
I'm a supervisor in the Detective Division. I investigate major crimes, among little crimes, whatever.
Do you know Randy Roberts?
I do.
And how do you know Randy?
Both professionally and personally.
And what is Randy's address?
5055 Swamp Road.
Is that in Highland County?
It is.
Did you take a report from Randy regarding the theft of his business and personal funds?
Deputy Bunner with the Highland County Sheriff's Office actually took the report and it was forwarded to the Detective Division.
Do you know Lori Green?
I do.
And what is Lori's address?
150 Calvert Road in Seaman, Ohio.
What county is that in?
Adams.
How long have you known Lori Green?
Probably 25 years.
And do you see Lori Green in the courtroom today?
I do.
Can you point her out for the court?
She's seated at the defense table.
Please let the record reflect the witnesses identify the defendant.
So ordered.
Now, during your investigation, did you issue subpoenas for multiple accounts in this case?
I did.
I'm going to first hand you what's previously been marked as State's Exhibit 2 for identification purposes. Do you recognize this?
Yes, this is certified NCB bank records for Roberts Trucking and Randy Roberts.
Did you go through this account to determine if checks were written to Lori Green?
I did.
I'm next going to hand you what's previously been marked as State's Exhibit 9 for identification purposes. Do you recognize that?
I do.
And what is that?
This is a summary of all the checks from 2020 continuing through May of 2023 that were written to Lori Green.
And did you prepare that as part of your work, or did you work with Ms. Bennett to prepare that as part of your work in this case?
Ms. Bennett and I prepared this together.
And does it truly and accurately reflect or represent the checks written to Lori Green for Randy's NCB account?
Yes, ma'am.
And what was Lori's monthly authorized payment?
$1,000 a month.
What was the total of the checks written to Lori Green minus the authorized payment?
$66,502.59.
I'm next going to hand you what's previously been marked as State's Exhibit
I do.
And what is that?
These are certified Capital One credit card statements belonging to Lori Green's personal credit card,
And what are the last four of that credit card?
3758.
Now, according to the records, where was this card mailed to?
150 Calvert Road in Seaman, Ohio.
Whose name was the card in?
Lori K. Green.
And reviewing the account, were you able to determine how the bill for Lori Green's personal Capital One card ending in 3758 was paid each month?
I was.
And how were you able to determine
So I individually, each payment, I went back through Randy Roberts' bank statements and found each Capital One payment on his bank statements. So she was paying her Capital One personal account with his NCB checking account. They were linked together.
I'm going to hand you what's previously been marked as State's Exhibit 11 for identification purposes. Do you recognize this?
I do.
And what is that?
This is a summary broken down by dates that the Capital One payment was made versus the date it was withdrawn from Randy's NCB account and the total that was paid.
Did you prepare this as part of your investigation in this case?
I did.
Does it truly and accurately reflect the payments made?
It does.
And did you retain it as part of the record of this case?
I did.
And how did you develop the summary? And you can use State's Exhibit 2 also to show.
So I can do this for however many, or I can show you just one, just to,
Just one's fine.
okay, I'm gonna set that right there. So on my summary, we'll just start with the first one, which was May the 24th of 2022 in the amount of $832.03. So I got that number from on statement, the Capital One statement. It gives a list of what payments were made on this card. $832.03 shows a payment was made. And so I went to Randy Roberts's checking account. That was 22, right?
May 24th, your summary.
Yeah. Sorry, it takes me a minute. There's a lot of numbers. So on his NCB account, it shows a withdrawal of $832.03 paid to an external withdrawal of a mobile payment to Capital One. So I matched each payment with his checking account made to Capital One to that account, if that makes any sense. I might have said that a little confusing, I apologize.
So in this Capital One account, whose account is that?
Lori K. Green,
And that's her personal account?
that is.
So on your summary sheet, can you explain to us what column 1 is?
Column 1 would be the date it was posted to the Capital One account. Column 2 is the date in which it came out of Randy Roberts' trucking account at NCB. And column 3 is the payment that was made to Lori's personal credit card account from Randy Roberts' account.
And what was the total paid to Lori Green's personal Capital One account ending in 3758 for Randy's NCB account?
$94,914.04.
I'm next going to hand you what's previously been marked as State's Exhibit 4 for identification purposes. Do you recognize this?
I do.
And what is that?
This is an additional personal certified record from Lori Green's another personal Capital One account ending in 0652.
And according to those records, where was that card mailed to?
150 Calvert Road in Seaman, Ohio.
And again, whose name is that in?
Lori K. Green.
And reviewing the account, were you able to determine how the bill for this account was paid each month?
I was.
And again, how were you able to do that?
Much like the same, in fact, identical to the same. I flipped through the Capital One bills, found the payments that were made, cross-referenced them with the NCB account, and made sure that they matched.
I'm going to hand you what's previously been marked as State's Exhibit 12 for identification purposes. Do you recognize that?
I do.
And what is that?
This is payments made to the Capital One card belonging to Lori K. Green's personal Capital One card ending in 0652.
Did you prepare this as part of your investigation in this case?
I did.
Does this truly and accurately reflect the payments made?
It does.
And did you retain this as part of the records in this case?
I did.
And again, I'm going to hand you, so can you show us how you...
Which exhibit you just touched or referred to? You say you have, which is exhibit number?
2.
2?
Yes. So can you show us using State's Exhibit 2 and State's Exhibit 4 how you were able to develop State's Exhibit 12?
Absolutely. So we'll start with the first one, and we can go down through here with all of these, but the first one, May 18th of 2022, a Capital One payment was made, withdrawn from Randy Roberts' NCB account on May the 19th in the amount of $218.57. So if I go back to May of 22 and find the $218 payment, so in May of 22, there's a $218 payment and 57 cents made. I'm running out of room up here.
Good.
And so I went back to Randy Roberts' checking account at NCB and found May of 22. And on that date, $218.57 was withdrawn from Randy Roberts' checking account. And it was it was an online Capital One payment.
And you did that for each payment to Roy Roberts' personal Capital One card ending in 0652?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you develop State's Exhibit 12 as you were doing that?
I did.
So can you tell us what column 1 is?
Column 1 is the date in which Capital One received their payment. Column 2 is the date in which it was withdrawn from NCB bank account belonging to Randy Roberts, and column 3 is the amount in which was taken from the NCB account transferred to the Capital One as a payment.
And what was the total paid to Lori Green's personal Capital One account ending in 0652 from Randy's NCB account?
In addition to the other $10,146.01.
Hand me this. Can I hand you, we're going to talk about State's Exhibit 1 again. Do you recognize what State's Exhibit 1 is?
I do.
And what is that?
These are certified records from Randy Roberts' Capital One account. Accounts number 2684, 3337, and 4513.
Now, as you reviewed these records, was there anything concerning about the records?
Yes.
Tell us some things that stood out to you.
So as I looked through them, just the amounts that were charged, the places that received charges, payments to Bright Local School District's lunch account. Randy Roberts doesn't have children or grandchildren in school currently. Spa treatments, the name Lori Roberts. I don't know Lori Roberts.
Did you notice if one card was canceled and a new one obtained?
Yes, so in September of 21, there was there's a Lori Roberts card that starts back in 19, and that's card number ending in 3337. In September of 2021, that card gets canceled, and in the same month, a new card was issued, and that was card number 4513.
Now, we're talking about these cards in the name of Roy Roberts, but what account are these actually on?
Randy Roberts. These are additional cards on the account.
I'm going to hand you what's previously been marked. Let me back up. Did you notice Amazon purchases on the card?
Yes, I did.
I'm going to hand you what's previously been marked as State's Exhibit 6 for identification purposes. Do you recognize this?
I do.
What is that?
These are certified records I obtained by court order belonging to Lori Green for her Amazon account.
Whose name is the account in?
Lori Green,
And what is the address associated with the account?
150 Calvert Road in Seaman, Ohio.
In reviewing the records, were you able to determine what account was used to pay the payments to the Amazon account?
I was.
And what account was used to pay those? What cards?
So starting back in 19, card number 3337 was connected to Lori Green's personal Amazon account, which then changed once that card was shut off, and it switched to card number 4513, and that card continued to use that Amazon, that Amazon account continued to use that card through the duration of May of 22.
Were you able to determine how much was spent with Amazon and paid for using the Capital One account and the name Roy Roberts or Roberts Trucking ending in 3337 and 4513?
I was.
And how did you do this?
Much like the bank account and her personal credit cards, I prepared a list of every Amazon transaction on these credit card statements, and there were a lot of them.
When you say these credit card statements, are you referring to State's Exhibit 1?
So, yes, in State's Exhibit 1, there's Randy's card, which is the 2684, and then there's the two Lori Roberts cards ending in 3337 and 4513. So, if you look on the, just at any random credit card statement, there's purchases for under Randy's, sorry. So, these are all purchases underneath the Lori Roberts card. I would, for instance, on March the 25th, Amazon for $14.99. So I went down through there and I prepared a written list of every single Amazon purchase that was charged to these cards. And I compared them to the credit card or the Amazon transactions and found them on all these Amazon transactions that they were purchases, where they went, and what they were.
I'm going to hand you what's previously been marked as State's Exhibit 10 for identification purposes. Do you recognize that?
I do.
What is that?
This is a summary of all of the Amazon purchases that were charged to the 3337 and the 4153 card from Lori Roberts' personal Amazon account.
Did you prepare that report as part of your investigation in this case?
I did.
And did you keep it as a record of your investigation?
I did.
Is it a true and accurate representation of the purchases and cost of the items ordered from Lori Green's personal Amazon account and paid with the Capital One card ending in 3337 and 4513?
Absolutely.
Can you tell us what each column is?
So the first column is the date in which the item was either charged to the credit card or purchased from Amazon. The second column is the item that was purchased. The third column is the price of the item that was purchased.
And as you went through the items, did you ensure that those were not items for Robert's Trucking business?
I did. I thought for sure that there has to be some of these for Robert's Trucking. I use my Amazon account for anything I need. So I kept in mind anything that could be used for a trucking company. I just wasn't able to come up with anything I could relate a trucking company needing, such as Nike women's flip-flops, plum-colored women's vibrator, bubble light replacement packs, leisure time spa, microwave splatter cover, pod spa filter. I went down through here on all of these. Jacuzzi oval pillow with a back mount insert. None of those sounded like to me that something that Randy would use in his semi or to gather cattle.
But what about, does Randy have a jacuzzi?
I know Randy personally. I knew that Randy did not have a jacuzzi. I did not ask him if he had one.
Were you able to determine the amount paid toward Lori Green's personal Amazon account from the Capital One account, the Roberts Trucking Capital One account, ending in 3337 and 4513?
I was.
And what was the total?
$47,009.92.
During this investigation, did you review, Amy, all that stuff? Did you review PayPal records belonging to Lori Green?
I did.
I'm going to hand you, it's previously been marked as State's Exhibit 7 for identification purposes. Do you recognize that?
I do.
What is that?
This is certified records of Lori Green's personal PayPal account.
And were you able to determine what account was used to pay the PayPal account?
I was.
And what account were used to pay the PayPal account?
The Lori Roberts card ending in 3330 and 4513, and later the two credit cards that Lori obtained in May of 2022.
Did you go through each purchase to determine if any of it was used for Roberts Trucking?
I did.
And out of the purchases, were you able to find anything that was for Roberts Trucking?
I was. Roughly 3 purchases for food while he was in Florida. He was down there injured, and some DoorDash items were sent to him at wherever he was living.
What were some other things that stood out to you that were paid with the Capital One card, the Roberts, the one associated with Roberts Trucking and the name Lori Roberts ending in 3337 and 4513?
Adams County Rural Electric bills, like I said before, Bright Local School District lunch accounts, weight loss, a weight loss place in Kentucky.
I'm going to hand you, it's previously been marked as State's Exhibit 5 for identification purposes. Do you recognize that?
I do.
And what is that?
Certified records from Adams County Rural Electric,
What is the address for the service for this account?
150 Calvert Road in Seaman, Ohio.
Who lives at that address?
Lori K. Green.
Were you able to determine what account is used to pay the electric bill for this address?
I was.
And what account?
The Capital One accounts ending in 3330 and 4513.
You said 3330.
Or 3337, I apologize.
I'm next going to hand you what's previously been marked as State's Exhibit 8 for identification purposes. Do you recognize that?
I do.
And what is that?
These are unauthorized charges to the Lori Roberts credit card ending in 3337 and 4513.
Did you prepare this report as part of your investigation in this matter and keep it as a record in this case?
I did.
Is it a true and accurate copy of your summary?
It is.
And what do the columns on this sheet represent?
So I broke it down by year, month, and total for each year. So the top is the year, the months in those years, the totals, and it totaled it at the bottom.
Why are there 2 card numbers?
Because in September of 21, as Randy Roberts testified earlier, he canceled the 3337 or the Lori Roberts card that he knew about. That was when she opened the new 4513 card. So that's why we have a different card number.
What is the total of the, let me back up and ask you. As you went through State's Exhibit 1, were there charges on those cards that you did not include in that report? Charges related to the business that you did not include in that report?
Yes.
What is the total of the unauthorized charges from May 2019 through May of 22? I'm sorry, from August of 2019 through May of 22.
$248,428.51.
Now again, we're saying the Lori Roberts cards, but what account are these cards actually tied to?
the Randy Roberts Capital One card.
Did you review the NCB checking account for substantial deposits?
I did.
Going to hand you what's previously been marked as State's Exhibit 2 for identification purposes. Do you recognize that?
I do.
And what is that?
Certified NCB bank records for account number 1275 belonging to Randy Roberts.
Were you able to find the generically called COVID money deposits in the checking account?
I did see them, yes.
And what was the total amount deposited?
I believe it was $487 or $487,900.
And what was the total amount taken from Randy Roberts when you add up the personal Lori Green credit cards, the unauthorized purchases on the Lori Roberts card, and then the checks?
Somewhere around $419,991.15.
I have no further questions.
Cross?
Yes, Your Honor, just. Ma'am, how long have you known Lori Green?
Since I was 16 years old, sir.
Did you at one time actually work for or with her?
Yes, I did.
Where was that?
It was a place locally called Brad's Garden Center. She was the boss.
Okay. Before this investigation commenced, would you say you and Lori Green were on good terms?
I still think we are, sir.
Okay. The information you just gave to the jury in your testimony about unauthorized charges, unauthorized checks written to or for Lori Green's expenses, that is based upon information given to you by Randy Roberts that he never authorized that, correct?
I wouldn't say that completely. My job as an investigator is to look at the totality of the case. And after watching the interview, looking at the facts, speaking to Randy, I had no choice but to believe what he told me was unauthorized was unauthorized. I wouldn't have been present to take place in anything that would have been authorized.
Okay. You don't know what conversations happened between Lori Green and Randy Roberts before this investigation started.
No,
2019, you don't know what they discussed about this, do you?
I do not.
2020, you don't know what was discussed, do you?
Your Honor, I'm going to object. She said she wasn't present for the conversations.
Well, yes, she said that, so overrule that. You can continue to ask questions for different years.
2020, you don't know what they discussed, do you?
I do not.
2021, you don't know what they discussed.
I do not.
2022, you don't know what they discussed.
I do not.
And up until her employment terminated, apparently sometime in June of 23, you don't know what they discussed.
I do not.
You only know what Randy Roberts has told you since then.
And what her interview said.
Okay.
Redirect.
I'm sorry, I didn't realize he was finished.
Yes.
No redirect, Your Honor.
All right, you may step down. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a break. Give you about 15 minutes or so. This time I'm going to ask you to be in the jury room while you do that, so that we have some matters to discuss here in the record outside your presence. So if you would go back there, it should be no more than 15 to 20 minutes.
Please rise.
Okay, state rest.
We would move to admit our exhibits 1 through 12, and then we would rest.
Are there any objections, Mr. Wallace?
No, Your Honor.
I think in State's Exhibit 1 and maybe 2, I need to pull out some records before July of
That's what I was
2019.
looking at. Okay, yes, let's do that. For the
Everything-
record, I had a discussion with council during the lunch break, and given that the charges that the victim was elderly, he indicated, which is, by the way, a label I resent, Mr. Roberts, because I'm 73, but in any event, under the law, they say we're old. But the date that he turned 65 is a testimony to, I think it's July the 8th. All right, and so anything prior to that would have to be excluded, so.
Nothing in here, and I updated those during the lunch break, so
All
nothing
right.
there.
I say, so you're referring to 1 and 2, and then,
Two didn't have anything in it to begin with.
all right, and then 8 through 12, nothing. I didn't see anything in 8 through 12.
Okay.
All right, and then what about the other two down there, the white mounted ones? I haven't looked at those yet.
These definitely are not, well, I'm not further about this one. This one and this one definitely are not.
6 and 8, I think the ones you need to be corrected after.
All right, in Exhibit 5, we have a 4-5-19 building, and 5-6, and 6-6, and 7-5.
But that does not change the total.
Okay. But since you're not changing, okay, so given the fact that the state's case is based on the age 65 in July, I think we should exclude those.
Okay.
So I'm going to pull those out, and I assume you have an objection.
No objection, Your
All right, so for the record, I point out those pages for the Adams Rural Electric Cooperative billing date 4-5-19, 5-6-19, and 6-6-19, and 7-5-19. That's 2 pages printed on both sides, a total of 4 pages. All right, now, that's Exhibit 5. Exhibit 3. I think you said there were none in here.
No.
Yeah, the first page starts May of 2022 on Exhibit 3. Exhibit 4. It looks like that starts in June of 22. Let's see, Exhibit 5 I've already taken care of. All right. And I think I already said Exhibit 2 starts 1/1/20. All right. So I've got 2, 3, 4, 5, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. We need to look at
There's one now.
6 and 7 and 1. 1 is already updated. All right.
Check, double check.
June 28th to August 3, page 3 is the very first, so that would have to come out since that's
No.
7 or 8 days prior to his,
June 28th,
yeah,
he turned 65.
July 8th.
This is June?
Yeah, he turned July 8th, 2019, this is June 28th.
Okay, but wait. They've printed in front and back. So there's nothing on that page that is financial.
Oh, it's 0,
It's
okay,
just the back.
gotcha.
Okay.
All right, so, okay, yeah, then the next page, all right, so for the record, in Exhibit 1, first 2 pages consist of the Capital One response to subpoena. Page 3 of 3 has the date June 28th, but it's 0. And it begins in on the, what's labeled as page 1 of 3, which would actually be page 4 of the exhibit. Starts on September 28th, so we're okay there. All right. So then 7 and 8, I believe.
So,
6, 7, and 8, I don't believe I have. Or, I'm sorry, I have 8, I don't have 6 and 7.
6 and 7 are these big notebooks. These purchases,
Yeah, the Amazon account's 6, and the PayPal is 7.
If we took the credit card statements out.
That's true. These purchases look like all from 20 and forward, but again, financially, if we took the credit card statements out, this is not a separate thing. The total is in the credit card statements.
Okay, but is there something in that exhibit that predates July 9, 2019? And which one you're looking at, 6?
So, I think that book is just.
7.
The entire PayPal account.
Yeah, I think this is her entire,
But they're not included in the totals.
no.
All right. So what I'm going to do, council, is change my instructions from the indictment date of January 1, 2019 to July 8, 2019 to reflect the period of time during which Mr. Roberts was 65.
So they're not included in the totals because this was paid for out of the Capital One account, so it's already included up there. So
It's what?
It's already included in the Capital One.
Yeah, but what I'm concerned about, are there any items there's nothing in that book that shows purchases prior to the date that are included in these, is that what I'm saying, understanding?
Not that I've seen. There's so much in here.
Oh, let me see that one, I didn't see it. Oh, okay, that's 6, I have 6 of them. Okay. I've never seen a binder that big before.
I had to order them special from
I didn't even know
SOS.
they existed. Yeah. No matter how long you live, you learn something every day.
Every
Yeah.
day, yes.
So far, I found one thing
All right.
that's from June of 19.
Well, I think with the instruction that they're only to include those items that are after July 8, that would cover. Would you be all right with that, Mr.
Yes,
Wallace? Okay.
yes.
So that's what we'll do. I'd already made that note of my instructions to change those.
I'll
Okay.
put that down here.
All right. What's that?
Do you want me to put that stuff back down here?
Yeah, because Mr. Wallace indicates his sheet on testimony, so we don't need to have access to all that. Okay, so no objection, and the court's going to admit all those with the provision that the instructions will make sure that the jury only considers amounts after July 8, 2019. All right. So, the state's rest, do you wish to make any motions?
Make a motion for dismissal under Rule 29, submit it to the court.
All right. Any response?
We would ask the court to allow the case to go to the jury at this point. Obviously, the deciding factor is with or without consent, that's a decision for the jury to make.
The court agrees. Motion overruled. All right, now, Mr. Wallace, you're going to present your...
Yes, we are.
All right. Tell you what I think we'll do. Let's go ahead and take about another 10 minutes to tell the jurors that if they would like to leave the room, they can do so. And tell them to be back in the jury room, let's say 2:10. So they got about 12 minutes.
Please rise.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, the state is rested and had to deal with a couple other matters, so that's why I had to extend the break a little longer than I had originally intended. But we're now back on record in the defense's case. Mr. Wallace, I'm going to call your first witness.
We would call Lori Green to the stand, Your Honor. She has not been sworn.
Okay. Would you raise your right hand and be sworn, please? Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Have a seat there, please. All right, Mayor Mark.
Ma'am, please state your name and address for the record.
Lori K. Green,
What's your address?
150 Calvert Road, Seaman, Ohio,
How long
456.
Lean a little closer to the mic, please, so you can speak up. Thank you.
How long have you lived there?
20-some years,
Married or single, Lori?
single,
You have children?
3,
How old?
21, 17, and 17.
Are you currently employed?
Yes,
What do you do for work?
mortuary,
Where do you work?
funeral director. I work for Thompson and Meeker, Steve Thompson, Jim Meeker, funeral homes.
Can you
Okay.
speak up? I'm having trouble hearing you.
Sorry.
Lean into that mic, please.
How long have you been doing that?
It's going on 4 years.
Okay. In the past, have you done bookkeeping work?
Yes, I have.
Besides Randy Roberts, who else have you done this type of work for?
BJ's Lake, Benny's Barbecue, Ken's Campers, Vance Farms, several people.
Okay. How long have you known Randy Roberts?
Actually, through my daughter for many years. My daughter and his granddaughter are best friends, live together. I've known his daughter for a long time.
How is it that you came to do work for Randy Roberts?
I was out with some friends at a bar in Big Ernie's eating and run into him, and he had just lost his bookkeeper at the time. He asked me if it was something I'd be interested in. I said yes.
And what type of employment arrangement did you enter into with Mr. Roberts?
We really never did come upon a complete agreement. I mean, once I started working for him, you know, I just started learning the job because I didn't know a lot about the trucking part of bookkeeping at the time.
What was this in 2019 when you
Yes.
started?
Yes.
What was the work you were doing for Mr. Roberts?
Fuel taxes, or whatever taxes he had, invoicing, billing, paying his bills, taking care of, you know, any of his stuff like that at the time.
Now, we've heard other people testify about the type of work Mr. Roberts does. What was the track record with you as far as he's an over-the-road trucker?
Yes,
Like how often would he be gone? How often would he be back?
it was random. Sometimes he'd be gone 2 days, sometimes he'd be gone 2 weeks. You just didn't know. It depends on how far his trip was, how far he was going, where he was going.
Where were you actually doing the work for him when you started?
When I started, I worked out of his office, out of his house.
Okay, and did that change over time?
Yes, it did.
What happened or what changed?
Just over a period of time, things just became easier to do it from my house. Sometimes I'd be uncomfortable, and I was more comfortable doing it from the house. I, you know, used his computer and his stuff still, but I was just more comfortable at the house.
Okay, there's been some
Out of my
discussion,
office.
so we're going to just get this out in the open. What was the nature of your relationship with Randy Roberts?
Friendship. I mean, he was a really good friend of mine. I really thought the world of him.
Mr. Roberts testified earlier today that there were, I don't know if he said 2 or 3, so whatever he said, occasions where the two of you ended up in the same bed. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Explain the circumstances and what happened.
One of them, we went to a wedding out of town, and that's the one he was referring to. We stayed in a hotel. There was a 1 room, 1 bed. We were clothed. We slept in the same bed.
Okay,
Second time would have been at my house. He would come over and hang out, you know, eat, stuff like that at the house. He came over. He had been drinking, and he didn't need to drive. So I told him he could sleep in my daughter's room, and he did. And then he said he got too hot and came down and crawled in my bed. in his
Okay.
underwear.
Okay? Any other occasions that you recall?
Not off the top of my head.
Okay. How much time during 20, 21, and 22 were you averaging a week spending doing work for Mr. Roberts?
Oh my goodness. It was pretty much day in and day out. There was no physical paperwork, not constantly, but phone calls and neediness and running and the extra and just everything that he needed from me constantly.
Such as, what type of things were you doing?
I would run and pick up errands. I would grab, if he was gone and need something for the house, clean the house. I was doing his laundry. I was running in circles for him constantly.
How were you being paid?
It started off, we was doing check, and then it just became to the point where I was doing so much stuff, we couldn't keep track of it. With 3 separate companies, I was trying to keep track of all the companies that he was paying me for.
Let me stop you there. 3 separate companies, explain.
Well, 2 separate companies, then his personal. He has Swamp Road Cattle, he has Roberts Trucking, and then he has his personal business. So I was actually had 3 companies I was doing for him, or 2 and a personal.
That you were keeping books for?
Yes,
Were you paying his bills?
yes, I was.
The ones that were being paid by check, who would sign the checks?
Randy would sign the checks.
He indicated that sometimes when he was in, he might sign multiple blank checks.
Correct.
How many signatures were required on the checks at that time?
2.
What other signature was required?
On Swamp Road, you'd have to have Swamp Road and his signature. On Roberts Trucking, we'd have to have Roberts Trucking and his signature.
So someone actually physically signed Roberts Trucking in addition to his personal signature? Okay. Were you running every check you wrote by Randy Roberts?
In the beginning, yes, but once we established, after a couple years, then no, we got to the point where he trusted me, I trusted him, and I didn't have to run everything by him. It was just a nuisance to him, it was a nuisance to me.
Did you steal from Randy Roberts?
Absolutely not.
Did you take money from Randy Roberts?
Absolutely not.
Did you in fact pay what were personal expenses of yours with funds that belonged to Randy Roberts?
Yes, I did.
Explain.
Anything, all the extra work that I'd done, the hours that I was getting paid for, anything above and beyond, because I wasn't taking a regular paycheck in the beginning. Anything that we calculated and kept track of, then it just was an offset. And with that offset, he got the write-off, and I didn't have to show that. So that was something that he and I did.
Okay. So his money was paying some of your bills.
Yes, correct.
Was he paying all of your bills?
Absolutely not.
What types of bills was he paying?
The electric bill was paid a few times. And then just if there was something that he needed personal, I picked it up. So then there might have been something personal I got. I'm not a shopper either. I hate to go shopping, so everything I do is on Amazon. So anything that I picked up was always on Amazon if I needed.
Explain how it came to be that there was a credit card issued in the name of Lori Roberts.
I was at his house, and he's not one that likes to talk to foreigners on the phone. That's something people do, I know. He would get frustrated, so any phone calls that we had usually got transferred to me. I usually got all the phone calls, anything that needed to be done. This phone call at the time, he was irritated, so I got on the phone, pretended to be his wife. I was Lori Roberts, and told them that we needed to get the card. We ordered the card, and when they sent the card, they assumed I was Lori Roberts, so they sent the card in Lori Roberts' name. We laughed about it when it came in. My daughter was there. I said, we'll send it back, get it fixed, and he laughed, and we just decided that it really didn't matter. It wasn't affecting anything. We were still using it for the same purpose.
You've heard testimony about the amount of money that was spent on credit card accounts, Amazon. Do you believe you spent any of Randy Roberts' money without his permission?
Absolutely not. No.
He was not sitting here giving you permission for each individual purchase.
No, he did not.
Explain how you felt you were doing this correctly.
Like I said, it was just, we had done it for so long and become verbal. We just, like I said, at the point of, it just got to the point where I knew this is how much money he owed me, he knew how much money, and we just would balance it out that way. We just balanced out our accounts.
You acknowledge that there were checks written to you. You've seen the exhibits.
Yes,
The listing of checks in addition to what has been claimed, the $1,000 per month.
right.
Did Mr. Roberts approve each of those payments?
No,
Explain why they were written then.
you're talking about
The checks that were written directly to you, not credit card payments.
they were just to pay the difference at the end of the month or whatever. There was a lot of times, there was so much stuff I was doing that there would be times that he would owe me money, and to keep track of it at the end or whenever we would try to, I would keep a log and we'd try to settle up, and then the difference would just be cut in a check that way.
Was each
Or
one of
written.
those checks discussed with him before they were written?
Not anymore, no.
Why not?
Like I said, it's just something that we had done for so many years, it just become normal. He was okay with it, I was okay with it, and it was just,
Why was he paying for your Amazon purchases?
to offset the pay that he owed me.
Okay. You understand a lot of money, and you've heard the testimony.
Yes.
You know the types of numbers that are being discussed here.
Yes, I am.
It's a lot of money went through these accounts.
Yes.
How much work were you doing for him?
Honestly, like I said, it was 7 days, 24 hours. I didn't have, that became some of the problem. I couldn't do my other job at the funeral home
Why?
because my phone was ringing or my boss's phone was ringing. He would chase me down. He would call my daughter, he would call my friends, he would call my employers, looking for me just to ask questions. And he would be calling my phone the whole time. I would answer the phone call. I would tell him I'd call him back, and he would call me back within a half an hour, 15 minutes. I mean, I was embalming a body, and my phone kept ringing. And my employer standing there looking at me frustrated. So it got to the point that it was overwhelming. It was a lot of hours I was putting in. And
What-
phone calls all night long,
What
midnight, 1, 2,
caused-
3 in the morning.
Your work for him to end. Did you quit?
Yes, I did quit.
Why?
Just the frustration of all this that we were starting to go through. And like I said, I am in college. I am trying to get my mortuary license. I've got another semester to go. I was starting to wean away from that, and with the issues we were having, it was just easier on me. He, at that point, honestly, had told me he had a girlfriend. She was going to start doing the books. So, it was good for him, good for me at that point to make that break.
There was no romantic or sexual relationship between the two of you, correct? You two never had a romantic
Oh, no, I
relationship.
thought you said there was, I'm sorry.
Did he ever indicate he wanted that to happen?
No, he said ornery things, said a lot of things, but he never came out and said that he wanted to have a relationship with me, no.
Okay. Have you ever been convicted of a crime?
No.
Objection.
Sustained.
Have you ever been convicted of a felony in the last 10 years?
Objection. Cannot
Sustained.
impeach your own witness.
Have you taken anything from Randy Roberts that you did not think you were entitled to?
No.
Have you taken anything from Randy Roberts that you did not feel he had approved of?
No.
Nothing further.
Cross.
Screen 9, Annika Collins, I'm just going to ask you some questions. Let's start with the Capital One card and the name of Lori Roberts. This is State's Exhibit 1. Now, this card was to be used for business purposes, is that correct?
Yes,
When Randy canceled that card in 21, you immediately got a second card ending in 4513, correct?
correct, but that card was canceled due to,
I'm sorry, I'm going to ask you some yes or no
That's
questions. I should have led with that.
that's okay.
And despite those cards being for Robert's Trucking and Randy, you used those cards to pay your personal bills, correct?
Correct,
And you ordered stuff from Amazon with the card, didn't you?
correct.
And this was your own personal things, not things for Randy or definitely not things for Robert's Trucking, correct?
It was both. There was stuff for Randy and for, because Randy, I bought his personal stuff
I'm
also.
sorry. I'm going to hand you what's been previously been marked as State's Exhibit 10. Do you buy Randy women's panties?
No,
Okay. You live at 150 Calvert Drive in Adams County, don't you?
Calvert Road, yes.
Calvert Road. And you used the Roberts Capital One cards to pay your electric bill, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
You ordered plane tickets on the Roberts Capital One cards, didn't you?
That one I cannot verify. I don't remember that. If I did, how long ago was it? I know his girlfriend bought plane tickets.
Those were testified to.
Okay,
Those were testified to today. Let's flip right to them. Delta, is that your name?
yes, it is.
And who is Alex?
That is my daughter. And, hold
Okay.
on, wait a minute, I just want to see the date, I'm sorry. Yes, it is. We went with his granddaughter, and we all went to Florida. It was a family thing. We went with his granddaughter and some of his family members.
Okay. That would have been in January though, correct? Didn't that trip take place in January?
When Allie and Kylie and all of us went, I can't tell you which trip was which, honestly.
Right, so this would be, this is you again, correct? Different airline tickets?
Yes, it is.
Okay, so different trips.
Yes, yes.
Okay. You paid for weight loss treatment with the Capital One cards?
Yeah,
You also had 2 Capital One cards in the name of Greg Green, correct?
yes, I did.
And you used when Randy canceled the second, the 4513 Capital One card, you started using the NCB account to pay your personal cards, correct?
To offset my pay, yes.
I'm sorry.
Yes,
Yes, you did. And again, these are not purchases for the business that you were being reimbursed for. This is your personal stuff, correct?
correct.
And you wrote yourself $66,000 in checks above your monthly pay, correct?
Not above, no.
Your kids went to Bright Local at the time, correct?
Yes, they did. So did his granddaughter.
You said in an interview to law enforcement, do you recall that interview?
Some of it, yes.
Okay. And do you recall telling Detective Antonor that you made $1,000 a month?
I remember telling him that I was making $1,000 a month on a check that was being cut to me because what happened was I wasn't getting paid fully. And with all the, trying to keep up with everything, at one point I finally just started cutting $1,000 check. So I knew at least that was coming in if I wasn't cutting the other or something else wasn't.
Just on your own, just started cutting yourself?
No, he knew it was happening.
You didn't realize how much money you were spending, did you?
Yes, because it balanced out. I had a spreadsheet that kept track of what I worked versus what I spent,
So
or
from
versus the soft side.
July 2019,
Mhm.
July 20, July 21, July 22, July 23, you were doing $100,000 worth of work a year.
I was doing three
Plus-
things for him, plus working 72 hours a day. I mean, he kept me busy. I know I didn't mean it like that, but he kept me busy, very busy.
Randy got a town law, correct?
Correct?
You said that you started doing the work from your house, correct?
Do what?
You said that you started doing the work from your house, correct?
Yes, I did.
So you would have to take the bills to your house in order to do the work there, correct?
Yeah, I had to get his mail every day. I had to go over and get everything.
So he didn't see it then? You were picking it up every day?
No, he would see some of it, depending
Well,
on, because
You
his,
just testified that you picked it up, you were doing the work from your house, and you were
Correct.
taking it there.
but he still come to the house and he still could see it. I mean, he still had access to all of
Do
it.
you hold an accounting degree or anything like that?
No, I do not.
But you do this for other people, and you've done this for a long time?
Not
Did-
had, yeah.
I'm sorry?
I said yes.
And
And you heard Ms. Bennett testify that it takes her about 5 hours a month to do these books.
Correct, but she wasn't doing everything that I was doing. I mean, if I was only doing the fuel tax and a few invoicing, yes, I agree. But no, I was at his beck and call 7 days, 24 hours.
He called you a lot, didn't he?
Yes, he did.
He was broke and was angry, wasn't he?
No.
Never called you and
No.
said, he never called you and said, my cards aren't working, there's no money.
Yeah, he has said that, but that
Okay.
wasn't due to me.
You were drawing benefits from ODJFS or in Adams County at the time, weren't you?
Yes.
So you're paying yourself an extra $100,000 a year and drawing benefits down there?
No.
Yes.
Yes, I was drawing benefits. Yes, I apologize. I don't mean to. But like I said, the pay, that's where we were offsetting.
So you were paying yourself an extra $100,000 a year down there?
I don't know the exact amount, but yes.
Okay. And drawing benefits so that you weren't reporting this to anyone?
No, that's what I was saying. We was in a barter system that was working for both of us.
Well, if he has no money in his account and you are making an extra $100,000 a year, it looks like it's working really well for you. Isn't that correct?
But all of the money that I had gotten in was in his savings account. And I had started a savings account for him.
You mentioned a log. You kept a log that showed, where's this log?
I don't have it.
Okay. One moment, Your Honor.
Good.
No further questions.
Redirect, Mr. Wallace.
No, Your Honor.
Why don't you may step down? Okay, have any other witnesses?
We do not, we would rest.
You want to call me rebuttal?
No, Your Honor.
All right, well, ladies and gentlemen, I hate to do this to you because there's certain legal things that we need to address outside of your presence. So I'm going to give you about a 20-minute break here. Now, if you want to go to the jury room, you can. Or if you want to leave the courtroom, you can. You can't stay in the courtroom because what we're doing has to be outside of your presence. So if you decide to stay in the jury room, please close the door. Otherwise, go outside. Remember the instructions of the court about the things that you can and cannot do during the breaks. And we'll plan on, it's probably going to take us about 20 minutes or so. So let's say 3 o'clock. Those of you that leave the room, come back to the jury room. Thank you.
Please rise.
Go ahead. You wish to renew your Rule 29?
I do, Your Honor, without further argument.
Okay. Court will deny that, as it is a matter of weighing the credibility of witnesses and making the judgment as to the facts. All right. Now, I've just handed out the most recent version of the instructions, and specifically the changes I made from when you got your first copy. I did get that change, so I need to go back and change that. July 8, 2019 on page 4 and 5. I thought I did, but I didn't. So that'll be changed. And then I think that one of the earlier version you had, it had the wrong name of an owner in there. That was pre the Marcy Law statutory update, so now I'm not putting names of alleged victims in the instructions, I'm just changing it to owner. So I think on page 6, where there was a specific purpose to obtain control over the property of the owner, put it in there as owner instead of by name. So that's different from your first version. It should have been done in your second version, and this is, I think, the third. And then, as we discussed, I added on page 9, under the second additional finding, you're not required to make any determination as to the exact amount of the money of the property involved, only as to the range of its value. And then I've added, you may only consider the value of the property involved that occurred after July 8, 2019. All right, and then everything else is pretty much standardized. From OJI. And then I believe I showed counsel the verdict form earlier this morning. So, now, at this point, Ms. Collins, you see anything needs to be changed or added?
No, Your Honor, I have not.
Okay. Mr. Wallace, if you need a few more minutes, we can.
No, Your Honor, I was just finishing the last part. I do not see anything other than the date you mentioned.
Yeah. So I'll go, before I give it to the jury, I'll make the change on the date to.
On page 4.
Yeah, to July 8. Yeah, I had it written down in my notes, but I went ahead and I was changing something else, and I thought I had done it, and I didn't go back to check it, so. All right. So, here's the plan. I'm going to go ahead and instruct the jury on the law, and then you'll make your closing arguments, and then I will probably wait until tomorrow morning to give them the final instructions. We'll adjourn after that. So, in 15 and a half years, I've never sent a jury home because of my personal schedule. I've always made the accommodation, but I made these arrangements back in January, and can't be changed. So, I need to be in Columbus this evening, so that's why I'll be sending them home earlier. So, we'll go from there. All right, anything else need to be brought up?
No, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor.
All right, I'm going to go back and make the changes, and you can, were there any of them that left the room?
There are 3 back there, the rest of them.
Okay, all right, because I told Mr. Renner to
Still
keep
got
it.
13 minutes.
Okay, well, yeah, we're good to go. Okay, well, give me time to make the change. All right, thank you.
Please rise.
Thank you. Be seated, please. All right, we're back on record. Remind again everybody in the courtroom to make sure your phones are turned off. This defendant is arrested, and the state is not going to present any rebuttal evidence, and so the court's now going to give you the substantive instructions on the law. And then after that, you'll hear closing arguments, and then that should be somewhere after 4 or so, so we'll be adjourning for the evening and coming back in the morning to have the final instructions in your deliberations. Ladies and gentlemen, you've heard the evidence. It's now the duty of the court to instruct you as to matters of law. The court and the jury have separate functions. You decide the disputed facts, the court provides the instructions of law. Now, ladies and gentlemen, it's your sworn duty to accept these instructions and to apply the law as it is given to you. You're not permitted to change the law or apply your own conception of what you think the law should be. All criminal cases begin with the filing of an indictment. The indictment informs the defendant that he or she has been charged with an offense. The fact that it was filed may not be considered for any other purpose. Defendant entered a plea of not guilty. A plea of not guilty is a denial of the charges and puts in issue all the essential elements of the offense or offenses. Defendant is presumed innocent until his or her guilt is established beyond a reasonable doubt. The defendant must be acquitted unless the state produces evidence which convinces you beyond a reasonable doubt of every essential element of the offense charged in the indictment. Now, reasonable doubt is present when, after you have carefully considered and compared all the evidence, you cannot say that you're firmly convinced of the truth of the charge. It's a doubt based on reason and common sense. Reasonable doubt is not mere possible doubt, because everything relating to human affairs, or depending on moral evidence, is open to some possible or imaginary doubt. Now, proof beyond a reasonable doubt is proof of such character that an ordinary person would be willing to rely and act upon it in the most important of his or her own affairs. Now, ladies and gentlemen, you're the sole judges of the facts, the credibility of the witnesses that were presented, and the weight of the evidence. To weigh the evidence, you must consider the credibility of the witness. You'll apply the tests of truthfulness that you apply in your daily lives. These tests include the appearance of each witness upon the stand, their manner of testifying, the reasonableness of their testimony, the opportunity that they had to see, hear, and know the things concerning which they testify, their accuracy of memory, their frankness or their lack of it, their intelligence, their interest and bias, if any, together with all of the facts and circumstances surrounding their testimony. Applying these tests, you'll assign to the testimony of each witness such weight as you deem proper. Now, you're not required to believe the testimony of any witness simply because the witness was under oath. You may believe or disbelieve all or any part of the testimony of any witness. It is your duty to decide what testimony to believe and what testimony not to believe. The testimony of one witness, if believed by you, is sufficient to prove any disputed fact. Now, each witness was subject to direct examination by the party who called them and to cross-examination by the opposite party. During cross-examination, counsel was able to inquire into some matters that did not directly relate to the issues before the court. Such questions and answers are permitted for the purpose of helping you to determine the credibility and the weight to be given to the testimony for no other purpose. The testimony of the defendant is to be weighed by the same rules that apply to other witnesses. Now, ladies and gentlemen, evidence is all of the testimony that was received from the witnesses and any exhibits that the court has admitted into evidence during the trial. I believe there are 12. Evidence may be either direct, or it may be circumstantial, or it may be both. Now, direct evidence is testimony given by a witness who has seen or heard the facts to which they testify and includes exhibits admitted into evidence during the trial. Circumstantial evidence is proof of facts or circumstances by direct evidence from which you may reasonably infer other related or connected facts, which naturally and logically follow according to the common experience of mankind. To infer or make an inference is to reach a reasonable conclusion or deduction of facts which you may but are not required to make from the other facts which you have found have been established by direct evidence. Whether, excuse me, whether an inference is made rests entirely with you. Now, when considering circumstantial evidence, you may not draw one inference from another inference, but you may not draw one inference from another inference, but you may draw more than one inference from the same facts or circumstances. So in other words, you cannot stack one inference upon another inference to reach a factual conclusion. Now, in the absence of direct evidence of a person's guilt, circumstantial evidence by itself may justify a finding of guilty if the circumstances are entirely consistent with the defendant's guilt, are wholly inconsistent with any reasonable theory that she is not guilty, and are so convincing as to exclude a reasonable doubt of guilt. Now, evidence does not include the indictment, the opening statements, or closing arguments of counsel. The opening statements and closing arguments, as the court has indicated previously, are designed to assist you, but they are not evidence. Any statements that may have been stricken by the court that you were told to disregard are not evidence and must be treated as though you never heard them. You must not speculate why the court sustained any objection to any question or what the answer to that question may have been. You must not draw any inference or speculate on the truth of any suggestion that might have been included in a question that was not answered. Now, exhibits have been introduced and testimony relating to them has been introduced and admitted into evidence. You may consider whether the exhibit is the same object in the same condition as it was originally. You will determine what weight, if any, the exhibit should receive in light of all the evidence. Now, ladies and gentlemen, the law under which the defendant is charged in count 1 is entitled theft and is numbered Ohio Revised Code 2913.02A1. This law states in pertinent part as follows: no person with purpose to deprive the owner of property or services shall knowingly obtain or exert control over either the property or services in any of the following ways without the consent of the owner or person authorized to give consent. So the defendant is charged with theft under that section. Before you can find the defendant guilty, you must find beyond a reasonable doubt that on or about the period of July 8, 2019, continuing through December 1, 2023, in Highland County, Ohio, and as a continuing course of criminal conduct in Adams County, Ohio, the defendant, with purpose to deprive the owner of property, did knowingly obtain or exert control over said property without the consent of the owner or person authorized to give consent. So the essential elements of the crime of theft as charged in count 1 are as follows: that the defendant did 1, with purpose to deprive the owner, 2, of property, 3, knowingly obtain or exert control over said property, 4, without the consent of the owner or person authorized to give consent, and 5, that the offense occurred in Highland County, Ohio, as a continuing course of criminal conduct in Adams County, Ohio, on or about the date alleged in the indictment. Now, it's not necessary the state prove the offense was committed on the exact day as charged in the indictment. It's sufficient to prove the offense took place on a date reasonably near the date claimed. Now, before you can decide whether the state of Ohio has proven beyond a reasonable doubt all the essential elements of the offense with which the defendant is charged, you must first decide whether this is the correct county in which this trial should be held. The state must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that all or any part of the offense charged was committed in Highland County, Ohio. Purpose to deprive the owner of property is an essential element of the offense of grand theft. A person acts purposely when it is his or her specific intention to cause a certain result. It must be established in this case that at the time in question there was present in the mind of the defendant a specific intention to obtain or exert control over the property of the owner without his consent, as charged in count 1 under the indictment. And when the essence of an offense is a prohibition against conduct of a certain nature, a person acts purposely, regardless of what the person intended to accomplish thereby, if it was the person's specific intent to engage in conduct of a certain nature. A purpose is a decision of the mind to do an act with a conscious objective of producing a specific result or engaging in specific conduct. To do an act purposely is to do it intentionally and not accidentally. Purpose and intent mean the same thing. The purpose with which a person does an act is known only to himself or herself unless he or she expresses it to others or indicates it by his or her conduct. purpose with which a person does an act is determined from the manner in which it is done, and all the other facts and circumstances in evidence. Now, deprive means to do any of the following: withhold property of another, one, withhold property of another permanently or for a period that appropriates a substantial portion of its value or use, or a purpose to restore it only upon payment of a reward or other consideration. 2, dispose of property so as to make it unlikely the owner will recover it. 3, accept, use, or appropriate money, property, or services with the purpose not to give proper consideration in return for the money, property, or services, and without reasonable justification or excuse for not giving proper consideration. Owner means, unless the context requires a different meaning, any person other than the actor who is the owner of, who has possession of, or who has any license or interest in property or services, even though the ownership, possession, control, license, or interest is unlawful. Property means any property, real or personal, tangible or intangible, and any interest or license in that property. Excuse me. Now, a person acts knowingly, regardless of purpose, when the person is aware that the person's conduct will probably cause a certain result or be of a certain nature. A person has knowledge of circumstances when the person is aware that such circumstances probably exist. When knowledge of the existence of a particular fact is an element of the offense, such knowledge is established if a person subjectively believes that there's a high probability of its existence and fails to make inquiry or acts with a conscious purpose to avoid learning the fact. Now, since you cannot look into the mind of another, knowledge is determined from all the facts and circumstances and evidence. You will determine from these facts and circumstances whether there existed at the time in the mind of the defendant an awareness of the probability that her conduct would probably cause a certain result or be of a certain nature. Purposely includes knowingly. Now, proof of motive is not required. Presence or absence of a motive is one of the circumstances bearing upon knowledge. Where an act is a crime, a good motive or purpose is not a defense. Now, consent may be either expressed or implied. Express consent is determined by the written or spoken words of the persons involved. Implied consent is determined by the facts and circumstances which surrounded those involved, including their words and acts, from which you may infer the consent was given to the defendant. Now, if you find that the state proved, beyond a reasonable doubt, all the essential elements of the offense of theft charged in count 1 of the indictment, your verdict must be guilty according to your findings. If you find that the state failed to prove beyond a reasonable doubt any one of the essential elements of the offense of theft charged in count 1 of the indictment, your verdict must be not guilty according to your findings. Now, if your verdict is guilty as to count 1, which is the sole count of the indictment, you will decide whether the state of Ohio proved beyond reasonable doubt that the owner of the property was an elderly person. Elderly person is defined as a person 65 years of age or older. And if your verdict is not guilty, you do not decide this issue. Now, if your verdict is guilty, then you will also determine beyond a reasonable doubt on a second additional finding whether the property involved, what the property value was. So there are several options, and you must decide which option has been proven beyond a reasonable doubt. And that is that the property had a value of less than $1,000. That's the first option. Second, $1,000 or more but less than $7,500. Third, $7,500 or more but less than $37,500. Fourth, $37,500 or more but less than $150,000. Or 5, $150,000 or more but less than $750,000. And you'll report that decision in your verdict. Now, you're not required to make a determination as to the exact amount of the property involved, only as to the range of its value within the period alleged. You may only consider the value of the property involved that occurred after July 8, 2019. Now, the value of of personal effects, household goods, materials, supplies, equipment, fixtures used in profession, business, trade, occupation, or application of its owner, which retains substantial utility for its purpose, regardless of its age or conditions, the cost of replacing that property with new property of like kind of value. The value of any real or personal property is not covered under that definition. And that actually doesn't apply, so I'm not going to give that. All right. Now, without limitation on the evidence that may be used to establish the value of property or services involved in a theft offense, if the property is involved held for sale, it could be, that price would be prima facie evidence. That really doesn't apply either. Now, again, if your verdict is not guilty, then you will not decide any values, the same as you would not decide the determination of elderly person. All right. Now, that completes the substantive instructions on the law. And I know you're going to say, well, that's quite a bit there, and that's going to be hard to remember, you know, an hour from now, let alone overnight. Well, you will get a copy of the instructions with you when you deliberate so that you'll have them there to refer to. Although, as you see, I have to make a few changes here that I discovered during my reading of the instructions, but I'll make those and then provide that to you in the corrected form. Okay, now, we've reached the point in the trial where we will hear closing arguments from counsel. Closing arguments, again, are not evidence. They are simply the attorney's argument as to what they believe the evidence has or has not shown, and but they are not evidence in and of themselves. The state has the burden of proof in the case, as we've talked about, and so they have the obligation to go first and also then the right to argue in response to that of the defendant. So at this time, the court will hear the opening portion of the state's statement, or closing argument, Ms. Collins.
Thank you. May it please the court, Mr. Wallace, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I first want to thank you for your time and attention to this matter. As the judge told you, we are one of the few countries that uses a jury system to decide guilt, and that only works because of citizens like yourselves that take your service seriously. And so for that, I want to sincerely thank you for your attention to this. As the judge also said, I have 2 opportunities to speak with you. You've heard me a lot today, so I will keep the first opportunity short and to the point. I told you when we started the trial this morning that the state would prove beyond a reasonable doubt that Lori Green, this defendant, stole almost $420,000 from Randy Roberts and his trucking business, and that Randy is an elderly person. And the state has proven exactly what we said we would prove. In early 2019, this defendant agreed to work for Randy, keeping his books. She would be responsible for basic accounting, paying bills, doing invoices, making deposits, balancing the checkbook. The defendant had access to all of Randy's accounts, and Randy stayed pretty hands off the accounting. Told you today it's been many, many years since he's balanced the checkbook. His job is to drive the truck. He and the defendant agreed on $1,000 per month to do this accounting work, and things went along just fine until Randy was left stranded and broke in Florida in 2023. None of his cards would work. There was no money in his bank account. Now, the defendant made up an excuse about a bank mistake, but Randy was suspicious and asked someone to look into it. That someone happens to be a forensic auditor, Lindsay Bennett. Lindsay quickly realized things were really not as they should be, and she quickly realized that money was being spent on the defendant's personal expenses at an alarming rate. Randy quickly terminated the defendant and turned everything over to the Highland County Sheriff's Office. Now, Detective Sergeant Erica Engel wondered, where was this money being spent? Clearly the checks were easy, that was easy. They were written and cashed. They totaled over $66,000, and that's $66,000 above and beyond the $1,000 a month that she should have been paid. The Lori Roberts Capital One cards were easy to see as well. The payments were detailed on the credit card statements. For example, the Adams Rural Electric. With the help of the subpoena, Detective Engel learned that the payments were being made from the Lori Roberts Capital One card for electric service at 150 Calvert Road, the home of this defendant. The other major expenses on the Lori Roberts Capital One cards were Amazon purchases. A review of the records showed that this defendant spent over $45,000 at Amazon, using the Capital One cards that were intended for Roberts trucking business purposes only. Detective Engel noted that the Lori Roberts Capital One cards were being, Detective Engel noted that the NCB account was being used to pay other Capital One bills as well. These are the personal cards of Lori Green. In total, this defendant spent almost $250,000 on the Capital One cards connected to Randy Roberts and Roberts Trucking. Detective Engel then got statements for the 2 Capital One cards in the name of Lori Green and realized that once the Capital One cards in the name of Lori Roberts were canceled, the defendant started paying her personal Capital One cards with Randy's NCB bank account. And altogether spent just over $100,000 paying her personal Capital One cards with Randy's NCB account. Now, the amount of money is clear. There's not really been any argument about it. When you add up the checks, the use of the Lori Roberts Capital One credit cards, the payments to the Lori Green Capital One cards, she spent almost $420,000. It's just shy of that. And there's no question that Randy did not give her permission to do this. She didn't even ask. She just did it. Ladies and gentlemen, this defendant was hired to do a job, and instead of doing that job, she stole nearly $420,000 from an elderly man. This defendant is guilty of aggravated theft from a person in a protected class. Thank you.
Mr. Wallace, we have to.
Thank you. If it please the court, Ms. Collins, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I would echo Ms. Collins' remarks. Thank you for your service. Lawyers always hedge their bet. It's a lot easier to say thank you by both sides before they know what you're going to do. But we do mean it. Doing this a long time, a lot longer than Ms. Collins, but she's probably run into this. I know I've run into cases where we've had to cancel or hold up jury trials because of not having enough people show up to do this. So we do appreciate your service. I know this cannot be easy. Sitting here, deciding something about strangers, listening to testimony from people that you do not know for the most part, maybe some casual acquaintance with some of the witnesses, and I'm certain that is difficult. We told you in the beginning, told you during voir dire, told you during opening, that Lori Green denies that she took any money without the consent of Randy Roberts. Lori Green took the stand and told you that same thing. She believes, from her testimony, she believes that she had the consent and permission of Randy Roberts to write the checks she wrote and to pay the expenses she paid. You heard her testimony concerning how this changed from mere bookkeeping to going above and beyond a 5-hour-a-month bookkeeping job. That's not what this was. She talks about the constant text, the constant calls at all hours. The elephant in the room, I don't know what their relationship was. I'm not sure if you do either. We know what they both said. We heard their testimony. Mr. Roberts acknowledged that on at least 2 occasions, they somehow ended up in the same bed, but nothing happened. The only other time I usually hear that story is in a divorce case. Nothing happened, trust me. That wasn't what was going on here. I don't know what they did or didn't do. They both deny it, so we're going to assume that's what was going on. This was just friends that maybe got carried away. No dispute that Mr. Roberts was not around. He would sign blank checks when he was in town for Lori to pay things. There was no dispute that he knew about the credit card in Lori Roberts. She would make the phone calls because he didn't like dealing with the people on the other end of the phone at credit card companies when there was issues. She pretended to be his wife. He was fine with that. He was there for that conversation. That's how the card first came in the name of Lori Roberts. Her testimony was that the additional checks that were written directly to her were for work she did for Mr. Roberts. Her testimony was that the expenses that were paid on her behalf on either her personal credit card account or on Mr. Roberts' credit card account, where she was an authorized user with his consent, were all done with his consent and knowledge. Was she calling him every single time that she used the cards? No. She didn't claim that. She claimed they had had discussions, and when he was in, they would try to go over and come up with what was owed to her. The jury instructions. The state has the burden of proof on all of the elements, and we believe of the essential elements. And when you see the jury instructions in writing, you'll see basically there are 5 elements that the state must prove. It's headlined essential elements. These are the law in the state of Ohio on this charge. We believe that 2 of the 5 essential elements that the state cannot and has not met their burden of proof are, number 1, with purpose to deprive the owner. Lori Green testified she did not steal anything from Randy Roberts. She had no purpose to deprive the owner. The 4th one, without the consent of the owner or person authorized to give consent. Her testimony was that it was her belief she had the consent or permission of Randy Roberts when using the card and the way it was used. We're not going to sit here and argue what's on bank statements or credit card statements. You'll have those in the jury room. They speak for themselves. We understand that. Something I always try to talk to jurors about in closing on these kind of cases. Right now, you know you're under instructions not to discuss the case with anyone, other jurors, or more importantly, since now you know you're coming back tomorrow to deliberate, it means family members or friends when you go home tonight. It is expected that they're going to be curious. What'd you do today? What was the trial about? Unfortunately, the judge is going to give you instructions that says you're supposed to tell them, sorry, I can't talk about it till it's over. But when it is over, then you're going to be released from that rule and that obligation, and you can speak to whoever you want, including family members. So they're going to ask, what was the case about? You're going to tell them your version of what you heard. Did the defendant testify? Is likely a question you're going to hear. Yes. What did she say? I didn't do it. Yes, this money was spent, but I didn't steal. I didn't do it without his permission. Well, what were the rules? Well, the judge gave us a definition of beyond a reasonable doubt, and we all had to individually and collectively decide, did the state prove that she stole beyond a reasonable doubt? The instructions you'll be given in writing, and which judge has already read to you, has a definition of reasonable doubt. Now, Judge Koss has been doing this a long time, longer than me. Unfortunately, we both fit the definition you heard of elderly person, but he's got a couple years on me. I just squeaked in under the wire, is the story we'll go with for the moment, being right at 65. But Judge Cost didn't make up that definition. That's a statute in the Ohio Revised Code, written by the legislature. It's been the same for years and years, but it defines reasonable doubt. And part of the definition of reasonable doubt is proof beyond a reasonable doubt. It's actually the last sentence. It's a paragraph-long definition. Proof beyond a reasonable doubt is proof of such character that an ordinary person would be willing to rely and act upon it in the most important of his or her own affairs. And I probably could have recited that by heart because that's something defense attorneys talk about all the time. But I left a word out once and got an objection from the prosecutor, so I read, not this prosecutor, I read it now to make sure I don't misstate it. You have to decide, with Lori Green telling you, I did not steal this man's money. You heard her swear to tell the truth and testify. You heard Randy Roberts testify. You have to decide if I think she might have stole, if I think she likely stole, that's not enough. Do I think the state proved it beyond a reasonable doubt? That's where you have to reach in order to vote guilty by the rules that the judge just gave you on how to do your job. Keep in mind, the other three witnesses for the state, the two detectives, they don't know what was discussed between Randy Roberts and Lori Green. None of them were their accountant witness. None of them were around in 19, 20, 21, 22, and the early part of 23 when this crime was happening. They didn't get involved and have any discussions about this with Randy Roberts or Lori Green until that was over. They acknowledged, some of them more reluctantly than others, which is typical, that they don't know for a fact what Randy Roberts and Lori Green discussed, what Randy Roberts gave consent to Lori Green to do. Lori Green told you her version of what happened. We believe the state has failed to meet their burden beyond a reasonable doubt. I'm sure Ms. Collins is going to get up here and tell you that everything I said, ignore. I've been doing this a long time, and ever since I was a little kid, I always wanted to have the last word. And then I chose to be a defense attorney instead of prosecutor and a husband. So I never get the last word, at home or at work, either place. You deal with it. But I think the evidence is not clear enough for proof beyond a reasonable doubt, and we're asking you to return a verdict of not guilty. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Wallace. Ms. Collins, on behalf of the state.
I actually don't want you to forget something Mr. Wallace said. In his, earlier today, in his opening or in jury voir dire, he said that Mr. Roberts, there are a couple things about him. He's not tech savvy and he's gone a lot. Why do I want you to remember that, what Mr. Wallace said? Mr. Roberts made the perfect victim for this defendant. Not tech savvy, can't keep up, gone a lot. Ms. Green testified today by the way she speaks about this job for Randy, that 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. Why not just quit? If it's that bad, if it's so terrible, just quit. Well, let me tell you why. It's not, she didn't quit because Randy was her cash cow. And today she says, well, he gave me consent, and, you know, Mr. Wallace has pointed out, well, Detective Engel wasn't there, Ms. Bennett wasn't there, Detective Antonor was not there for all these conversations, but Detective Antonor did interview Ms. Green, and she didn't say anything about consent then. She said this was for reimbursement, that this money that was spent, this missing money, was reimbursement, things that she purchased for the business with her own personal money and was paying back. She was paying herself back for those purchases. If you remember Detective Antonor's testimony, he said, I had concerns with that. I didn't understand it because she had a Capital One card for the trucking company, so I couldn't understand why she would need to reimburse herself. And she said, you just don't understand the reimbursements. You don't understand. Okay, so maybe somebody would have known about these, this alleged consent conversation had she said that then instead of these were for reimbursements. Today is the first time she's come up with that news story. Now, there are things that may have been developed or may have been talked about during the trial that weren't developed, that left questions in your mind, but be mindful of the judge's instructions. There are often legal reasons for things that we are and are not allowed to share with you. And as the judges instructed you, the evidence and testimony that you are permitted to consider in making a decision is what are the exhibits that were admitted and the testimony from that chair today. It's important to remember that, for example, nothing that Mr. Wallace said in his questions, when he's asking leading questions, when they have the answer in the question, that's actually not testimony, only the answer is testimony. As we talked about in voir dire, and as you'll read in your jury instructions, one of your main jobs as a juror is to judge the credibility of the witnesses. And as we talked about in voir dire, you apply the same test for truthfulness that you apply in your everyday lives, and that's actually what the jury instructions say. You look at the witness's appearance on the stand, their manner of testifying, the reasonableness of their testimony, their opportunity to see, hear, and know about the things they are testifying about. Look at their accuracy of memory, their frankness, their lack of frankness, their intelligence, their interest, and very importantly, their bias, taken with all the facts and circumstances surrounding their testimony. And with all that in mind, you decide who to believe. Let's apply it to the witnesses that you heard from today. The first witness that you heard from is Randy Roberts. And I told you in opening, 69 years old, he's a bachelor, he's a truck driver, pretty low maintenance, and that's pretty much what he was. He were able to call as much of the events of the case as he knew about. He has nothing to gain or lose. He is already lost here. He's just simply relaying what he knows to have happened between July of 2019 and 2023. Next, you heard from Lindsay Bennett. Again, Lindsay, also nothing to gain or lose. She doesn't know the defendant. She simply did a friend a favor and really just opened up a can of worms when she began looking through Randy's accounts. She gathered the evidence, presented it to Randy and then to law enforcement. No bias. Again, she doesn't even know the defendant. Next, you heard from the two law enforcement officers, Detective Sergeant Vinnie Antonor and Detective Sergeant Erica Engel. Again, nothing to gain or lose by either of them. They're just simply fact witnesses. They did an investigation, they got on the stand, and they explained to you, Detective Engel explained in detail how she went from one account to the other, matching up withdrawals from the NCB account, payments to the personal account, Capital One account. Detective Engel talked about his interview. Finally, you heard from the defendant. Now, there is no person today that has testified that has a stronger interest or bias in this case. In other words, no person with more of a reason to lie to you. And you know that she is an above line. When she spoke with Detective Sergeant Antonor about the money missing in the case, she said that she did not ever use Randy's NCB account to pay her personal credit card bills. But the proof is here in States Exhibits 2 and States Exhibits 3 and 4. Detective Engel told you how she matched the payments to the personal credit card accounts of Lori Green to the withdrawals from the NCB account, and she made a summary for you. If she said that never happened. She said there was no transfers of money from one account to the other. Didn't do that. She also said she never paid her own bills with Randy's account. Again, a lie. Because you can look at the Adams Roll electric bill, States Exhibit 5, and you can easily trace the payments for the electric bill to the Lori Roberts credit card, States Exhibit 1, which is a Randy Roberts account. This defendant told Detective Antonor the only time she was given money above her pay was reimbursement for things she had purchased for the business. But look at the Amazon purchases. These are not purchases with the Randy Roberts Capital One card. These aren't business-related purchases. These are things like women's shoes, women's underwear, women's sex toys. When confronted with the fact that she had a business card to make those purchases, so she wouldn't need to reimburse herself, the defendant said that Detective Antonor just didn't understand the reimbursement process. And you're going to have a list, I believe it states Exhibit 10, that Detective Engel meticulously went through and found each purchase, labeled it, how much it costs. So initially she said, well, that's reimbursement. I bought things for the business and I was reimbursing myself for those things. But again, as Detective Antonor told you, she had a business card to make purchases for the business. And she can claim that Detective Antonor didn't understand, but the fact is a second grader would understand this theft. And today you learn she wasn't an honest person when I confronted her with the fact that she's been getting benefits in Adams County, despite the fact that she's made over $400,000 in extra money working for Randy. She admitted that that's true, and no, she didn't report it. She didn't report it on her taxes either. True signs of dishonesty right there. Now, let's look at the elements of this crime. The state has proven each and every element of the charge, theft from a person, aggravated theft from a person in protected class. During the period of July 8th, 2019 through December 1st of 23 in Highland County, Ohio, and in Adams County, Ohio, the defendant did with the purpose to deprive Randy Roberts, doing business as Roberts Trucking, of property, knowingly obtain or exert control over the property without Randy's consent, and the amount she obtained or exerted control over exceeded $150,000, and Randy is an elderly person as defined in the Ohio Revised Code. Now, there's no question that the defendant worked for Randy and Roberts Trucking during the period of from July 8th, 2019 through June 13th of 2023. And there's also no question that Randy's house and Roberts Trucking is located on Swamp Road in Highland County. And there's no question the defendant's house is located in Adams County. So these two elements of the crime have been proven beyond a reasonable doubt. Now, clearly this defendant took the money with the purpose of depriving Randy of the money. A person's purpose is determined from the manner in which it is done, the means used, and all the other facts and circumstances and evidence. And you'll find the definition of purpose on page 6 of your jury instructions. First of all, she did this secretly, and she lied about it repeatedly. When Randy asked why there was no money, she said the bank made a mistake. That's what she told him. He testified to that today. Told me the bank made a mistake. So he called the bank. And what did the bank tell him? Lori Roberts transferred a bunch of money out of your account. When Randy confronted her about charges on the Capital One credit card that weren't business related, she said, my kids did that. Remember, he testified I canceled the card because she was saying that the kids were using it. And well, why are we lying about it? If this is money you've earned, why do you have to lie about it? Because it was not authorized. When Detective Antonor asked about the missing money, she told him reimbursements for things she bought with her own money. And again, when he pointed out you didn't need to do that, she said, you just don't understand. When Randy wasn't making enough to cover his expenses and her expenses, she applied for COVID money. And as Miss Bennett said, that's when the real party started. When Randy canceled one credit card, she got a new one. And Randy realized that today. When I questioned him initially, about the 3337 card, he said, no, I canceled that. And I said, well, what about this 4513 card? Wow. Did you see the look on his face? Now, how can you authorize someone to use a card if you don't know that it exists? The defendant's purpose is obvious. She took money and did everything in her power to cover that up. That was not an accident. It's not an oversight. It's nearly $420,000 of missing money. The state has proven the defendant's purpose. Next, look at who owned and possessed the money. This is easy again. Randy Roberts, doing business as Robert Trucking. States Exhibits 1 and 2 certify copies of the Capital One records for Capital One card associated with Roberts Trucking and the NCB account associated with Roberts Trucking. These accounts are Randy's accounts, and the money in the accounts, Randy's money. The state has proven that Randy possessed the money. Next, decide if the defendant took this money without Randy's consent. Again, the answer is easy. Randy told you he didn't give the defendant permission to use the money for her own personal use. The few times he allowed her to borrow money, he testified it was less than $2,000, not over $419,000. Randy didn't even know this was happening until he was left broke and stranded, so there's no way he could have consented for it to happen. And the defendant admitted in her interview that Randy did not give her permission to pay her personal bills. In fact, initially she denied that even happened. When Detective Antonor interviewed her, she denied that had ever happened. So why are we lying about it if we're allowed to do it? Really, this case comes down to this consent. And look at the things that the defendant did to keep Randy in the dark about this. She started working from her house instead of from his house. Instead of the office in his house, she went to her house. What does that mean? She picks the mail up every single day and takes it to her house. He doesn't see anything. He's not seeing a credit card statement. He's not seeing a bank statement. He's seeing nothing because she's taking it all down there. He's on the road for days at a time. He couldn't access the accounts. He is an easy target. She admitted that he didn't give her consent. She said, well, in the beginning, but then I just kind of did it. She thought she deserved the money. I'm working so much, I deserve it. I'm just going to take it. But Lindsay Bennett does the same job, and it takes her less than 5 hours a month. Think about any other job. If you do extra work, can you just run in and write yourself a check? You work at Hobart, do you work over a little bit, do you write yourself a check, or do you have to put that on a time card and get it approved? You put it on a time card and get it approved. Otherwise, if you write yourself a check out of the business account for extra work that you think you deserve it, and perhaps you do, but if you do it on your own without getting it approved, you've just written an unauthorized check. So you've just committed a theft. Think about this. Why would Randy authorize this defendant to spend money to the point that he's broke? Ms. Bennett testified, he's a nice guy, he will help you out. But to the point that he doesn't have any money, to the point that he is left stranded in Florida with no card that works and no money in the bank, that's preposterous. It's ridiculous. And if Randy authorized these expenditures, why did the defendant need to make up the lies about the bank mistakes? Or say your kids were using the wrong cards? Clearly, we have proven each of these elements beyond a reasonable doubt, and the defendant is guilty. Now, next, look at Randy being an elderly person. We know he is. The jury instruction tells you on page 9 that the law says someone is elderly when they are 65 years or older. Randy testified his birthday is July 8th, 1954. So on July 8th, 2019, Randy turned 65 years old and became an elderly person as defined in the Ohio Revised Code. The state has proven this beyond a reasonable doubt. Finally, you decide if the amount was greater than $150,000. Again, this is easy. Detective Sergeant Erica Engel and Lindsay Bennett, they've done the work for you. You have the summary sheets. They are the one. They sat down with all these documents. They painstakingly cross-referenced one account to the other and made summaries to show how much money was spent. And really, she doesn't deny that she spent the money. She just says, I deserve $420,000 plus the $29,000 that I got paid. But to ensure that you don't think that we are double charging or anything like that, we've developed a PowerPoint. The Lori Roberts credit card, the credit card that was intended for business purposes of Roberts Trucking, the charges unrelated to Roberts Trucking total $248,428.51. This includes the Amazon charges, the PayPal charges, payments to Rural Electric, as well as other charges, things that she bought for herself. Next are the unauthorized checks written to Lori Green, which total $66,502.59. This is above and beyond the $1,000 a month that was agreed upon that the defendant was to be paid for her work. When you look at the summary, which you will have, you will see that we subtracted the authorized $1,000 a month from the total, and it left $66,502.59 that she wrote herself above and beyond the $29,000. Next are the payments to the personal Lori Green Capital One cards. There are two. The first one ends in 0652. She made these payments from Randy's NCB account, and that total is $10,146.01. Again, you will have a summary showing this. And finally, the payments to the personal Lori Green Capital One card ending in 3768 from Randy's NCB account, totaling $94,914.04. So this defendant, the total that she took from Randy, an elderly man without his permission, $419,991.15. And this is over just under 4 years. On your verdict form, there are two additional findings that must be circled. The first is that Randy is an elderly man. The second is that this amount is greater than $150,000. And again, you will have the summaries. They did the hard work for you. Now, the state does not have to prove motive, but the motive here is clear and it's easy. The motive is greed. The defendant is greedy. She saw a way to steal a large sum of money from someone who trusted her to keep his books. She took that opportunity and took advantage of that trust and ran with it. The state has proven each element of this crime beyond a reasonable doubt. Now, defense attorneys always focus on this burden of proof, and they want you to see it as beyond a reasonable doubt as being some impossible mountain that you just can't overcome. It's just not the case. It's not. Reasonable doubt, and it says this in your jury instructions right on the first page. Reasonable doubt is doubt based on reason and common sense. You can equate this to the decisions you make in your everyday life. Let's talk about buying a computer. You research, you collect the evidence about laptops. You talk with people and collect testimony about the laptops that they use. You need a laptop with enough storage that you can download all of your pictures, and your budget's about $800. You shop around and find a Dell laptop that has extra hard drive space specifically to store pictures. And you find it on sale at Best Buy for $600. So it's within your budget. This is everything that you want and need in a laptop, so you decide to buy it. Now, there is some remote possible doubt that this is not the perfect laptop for you, but reasonable doubt, doubt based upon reason and common sense, has been overcome. And of course, you buy the laptop. It is not your job to look for reasonable doubt. If it had existed, it would have presented itself from the evidence. In this case, just as with the laptop, reasonable doubt, doubt based upon reason and common sense, has been overcome, and we have proven each and every element of this crime beyond a reasonable doubt. Mr. Wallace is asking that you ignore everything else and believe only what she said, which is, I had permission to do this. But ladies and gentlemen, remember, this is someone that has a reason to lie to you. And it's someone that admitted to you today that she's dishonest. She admitted that she has committed fraud because she's getting benefits despite this extra $420,000, and she's not reporting it. Ladies and gentlemen, this case is not difficult. Lindsay and Detective Engel have done the difficult work. The defendant was given the trust of an elderly man. She abused that trust. When presented with the job, she said, "Show me the money," and then she took it. Lori Green is guilty. She is guilty of aggravated theft from a person in protected class because Randy is elderly, and the amount she stole was well over $150,000. And I'm asking that you find her guilty. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Collins. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we've heard the closing arguments of counsel, which again are not evidence, simply their positions as to what they believe the evidence is or is not. Now, as I've indicated, I'm going to adjourn for the day, and I still have to do some corrections here on this, so I'll take care of that before you return in the morning. I want you to be back here at 8:30 in the morning. And at that time, and that includes the elements, even though you're going to be excused, I'll explain that to you why tomorrow. What I can tell you is that unless something happens before the deliberations start, you'll be excused, probably within a half an hour or so. But you're going to have to be available during the day in case something happens, and we would need to have you come in and replace somebody. So, as you used to say in the old westerns, don't leave town. So maybe nobody remembers that but me. But in any event, you'll have to be available. Now, ladies and gentlemen, during the overnight recess, again, remember all the instructions I've given you as to your obligations and what you may or may not do. Just to highlight and not exclude, want to remember, don't discuss the case. Nothing about testimony, what the issue was, who's involved, or anything else. People ask you, just say, can't talk about it. I'm not allowed to talk about it until after the verdict. Don't read anything about the matter if it's in the paper, including on any internet paper website or any social media of any type. Don't post anything about your service on the case in any social media account until after the verdict. Do not attempt to obtain any information on any of the matters that have been testified to. So don't look in the internet to research things about the topics that are in this case. When I say don't discuss the case with anyone else, it also includes among yourselves. So on your way out to your cars or on the way back in the morning, when you're coming into the courthouse, don't discuss the case. It has to be done with all of the jurors present. And in fact, I would say that you shouldn't even think about it at all. Try to think about something else. And the reason for that is, and I know that's a difficult assignment, and you may or may not be able to do it, but I know I think about sometimes when I've got cases going where I have to make the decision, I'm thinking about it, but I'm the only one that's going to make that decision. And I often change course and reverse myself very often. Sometimes I go back and forth 2 or 3 times. But in your case, there's going to be a decision reached as a result of 12 people consulting with each other. So don't be thinking about it on yourself, by yourself and coming up with what you think the answer is, because until you've heard everybody else's views, you may find, well, maybe I shouldn't have thought that. So try to think about anything other than that. All right, so we'd like you to report back by, I have a conference call at 8 a.m., so I think we should be able to go at 8:30. So if you be here at 8:30, and then we'll probably start shortly right after that if you're all here. And hopefully you'll be able to start deliberating shortly after 9 a.m. Is there anything else further, counsel?
No, you're not.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, be excused. I do want counsel to come up to the bench and, on the record, housekeeping matter. You go ahead and go. Thank you. I did on the record ask you if there was any additions or changes. You didn't say that, but I didn't ask for any objections to the instructions. Yeah, okay. I remember one time I had a case. When you're married, because a smart husband always gets the last word, and that is yes, dear.
Yes, dear.
Yeah. So, yeah, if you haven't learned that by now, I feel sorry for you.
I have. I wake up, my feet hit the floor. I say,
Please rise.
I say, I'm sorry.
You may leave.
Lord, no, that's one of mine. That's a good thing. You guys can just hang out a second.
Yeah, I'll take it, yeah. I'll take it.